Paranormal M brings you the most captivating stories from beyond the veil. Hit subscribe, turn on notifications, and never miss a moment of the thrill. The next spine-tingling tale awaits you. White Mountains, Winter 1991. It's neither the most remarkable thing that has happened to me nor the earliest, but it is a watershed event, one wherein I was no longer a child confused by the experiences I was encountering, but rather an adult aware that something strange was occurring about me, something I didn't understand, and which seemed to be intentionally elusively remaining just outside my senses. Mid-January in the White Mountains, 1991. My old roommates from Boston College go together to go skiing. One of us, Johnny, who would in time become a distinguished New England surgeon, he came from a well-to-do family. His grandfather had been part of the Civilian Conservation Corps, and he was a part of road-building teams and put the first roads across some of the mountains in the White Mountain Range. Those ranges are located in New Hampshire. After he had made a name for himself, he came back to the prettiest area he had worked and bought land. A lot of land. Pretty much up one side of a mountain. So, Johnny explained, in the middle of this parcel along a mountain-fed creek, he built literally a hunting lodge. This was the boys' place. Could sleep 8, no running anything. You came, you hunted, you ate. You hung with the men. Beds were wood slate bunks with raw foam. Plenty of blankets. That's what I sleep on. Kerosene lamps, outhouse, frigid water came from the creek. I'm a city kid, Chicago. I know nothing of this life, and I've never experienced anything like it. I don't like trees without a ring of concrete around them, or any place I can't see for blocks with streetlights. Meh. I imagined New England would be jam-packed with people. It ain't. Surprise. New Hampshire is small as it gets. It's rugged, empty wilderness. We drove up from Boston, kept going on to narrower and narrower roads until we were driving through what really is kind of a treacherous snow cave of laden trees, steep embankments, jagged road made of tire ruts. Kind of kept from getting steeper and going up and up. 3 vehicles. 1 Chevy Cavalier, a Ford minivan, and a Ford Rental Explorer. The Cavalier got stuck, and we pushed it to the side. The minivan and Explorer kept going. Seemed like we were climbing up nature's backside. It was unnerving to me. When I thought we just couldn't go any further, the ruts jinked. Went into a small hollow and climbed yet again. Eventually, we came to a post in the road, and side road veered off, crossing a small handmade bridge over a creek. There, across a small field, was an unlit, wood plank hut. Lodge is far too romantic and impressive to describe what this was. No artistry, no architecture. 4 walls, windows, and a roof. The Explorer made the bridge. The minivan did not. Slid to the right in the middle of the crossing, dropping its right tire over the side, terrifyingly lifting its rear left wheel into the air, or just about. We thought it was going over, but instead it stopped completely blocking the bridge. We were screwed. The Explorer could not get back across the narrow bridge, and the minivan was damn well stuck. We got out and proceeded to spend the next 10 minutes giving an understanding demonstration of a bunch of morons that have had their heads completely up their ass and being clueless about knowing how to fix a messed up situation. At that moment, when we probably should have done something really dumb. Don't recommend that. The only vehicle I ever saw on that road in 3 days came up around the bend. It was an old, beat-up Ford pickup with dualies. The two men in the pickup stopped, got out, and asked us calmly if we needed help. They were just guys, blue jeans, boots, caps, flannel, but they also were real emotionless. We all tried to get them to laugh or whatever, but nothing, just flat. They efficiently just hitched their pickup up to the minivan's rear frame and pulled it back onto the bridge. Wisely, we left it parked on the roadside, not risking blocking the bridge again. We offered the guys money or beer or whatever, and they just flatly refused it all. They just got in without saying much of anything, not even so much as a bye, and just continued on. Odd. It made you feel odd, really. We opened up the hunting lodge, got a fire going, lit the kerosene lamps, opened the doors a bit, get the, maybe mouse smell out, and swept it. Got some food going, put the beers in the snow, settled down and started clowning around and playing cards like, you do. It was fine. Bit of a trip getting up here. Odd experience getting in, too, but tomorrow we'd be up early and get out and be on the slopes. Good time. By about 11 p.m., we just called it quits. There were 2 bunk rooms off the main room, each with 4 bunks, 2 along each wall. At the feet of each bunk, a wall with a window. Not comfortable, but not impossible either, Soon I was asleep, until I wasn't anymore. 2:55 a.m., I checked my watch. I don't know what I'm hearing, but I hear something that woke me up. Around me in the darkness, I can hear guys sleeping, some breathing a bit heavy, some snoring. I strain my ears, and I'm listening intently. And I don't need to. There's a tap, 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 tap. Very precise. There were mechanical knocks evenly spaced. It was like they were knocked out by a metronome. I think knife tip or maybe a nickel coin hitting a glass pane. Very precise, very intentional sounding. I don't move and breathe shallowly, focusing on my hearing. Again. Clear as a damn bell. There's nothing that I saw inside the bare bones lodge that would, could, or should make that sound. No electronics, no clocks, nothing. Just table, chairs, lockers, blankets, and beds. Someone's fucking with us. Maybe those guys in the pickup? Messing about for fun? Shit. I swing my feet down and gently, quietly lower myself to the floor. You hear that too? Asked Ted. He had the bunk right below mine. Yeah, any idea what it is? No, but I don't like it. Any idea which way it came from? Ted didn't even get a chance to answer. Shit. I looked out the window. There's nothing there but the back of the field dimly lit by the moon. Trees everywhere, but none near the cabin. I sort of pad in my socks out of the room and into the other bunk room. 3 guys in their bunks, and they're all faking it. And they're doing a good job. There's now 3 of us awake. So I wake up Johnny, who's not pleased about it. Jesus, what? What have you got in here that makes a knocking noise, like something knocking on a window? Nothing. Forget it. Go to bed. I look at the window in their room and nothing. Swing my flashlight around through the main room and look at all the windows around the dining room. Nothing. They're all empty. Slightly condensed. Now Johnny's up standing beside me. I heard that and I don't know. I've never heard that before. And you've been up here before, right? Yeah, lots. Any firearms? No, not unless we bring them. We got skis instead. I grabbed my boots. What are you doing? Going outside to look around. What? Why? Don't. There's no need. But I won't be put off. I'm not about to spend the rest of the night waiting for someone or something. Just to keep knocking on glass somehow and keep me awake. totally could have been a perfectly good explanation, but I'm going to find out what is causing it. I reach into my pack and I pull out my dad's marine K-bar. Better something than nothing. Pull out my jacket, punch through the door out in the snow. It's quiet, super quiet. There's nothing, there's no wind, there's nothing. Dead silence. I know it's midwinter up a mountain, and that means quiet, but damn, it was unnerving. As I step into the snow, I wish I could make my footsteps quieter. I scan the tree line, path to the main road, the area around the Explorer parked by the bridge. Nothing. I look for footprints, only to see these tracks coming from the Explorer to the cabin that we're at. I look up to the roof, I look for anything melting. Nothing, and it's too damn cold to even melt. I clear the front of the cabin and start moving along the side toward the back. Towards the area that you look out the bunk rooms, and I stop. I can't force myself to go another step. Clear the back wall of the cabin. I can see most of the area, and there's nothing, no tracks around the cabin, or even across the field, but for the life of me, I can't force myself to take the next 4, I can't step at all. I can't step far enough that'll allow me to see the entire back wall of the cabin. And I realize I'm terrified. My heart's absolutely pounding. I can hear my blood pressure in my ears, and it's just a few steps. There's nothing out here. We're literally on a deserted mountainside, and I'm too petrified to move. I feel as though there's something there, and it's close by, and I can't see it, even though the corner of the cabin is still in the way. I push myself, I really try, but something inside me, I've never experienced a panic attack. It's panicking right now, full blown. I don't turn my back, but instead inexplicably walk backwards, keeping the light forward, retracing my steps to the front of the cabin. I turn around, I hustle back to the front door. Oh, they're all up now. Well? Johnny asks. There's nothing. I thought I heard something knocking on the window, but there's nothing, no tracks or nothing to see. Yeah, just what I thought. I'm going back to sleep. I don't tell anybody what I felt, or that my heart's still beating at a good clip and that I'm pretty relieved to be back inside. I go back to my bunk, and this time with my flashlight and my dad's K-bar with me. I look out the small window, and in the dull moon glow, I fully expect to see a shadow. But I don't. I do fall asleep. The next few nights, nothing, just dead silent at night. And to this day, I think I felt something I couldn't see. Yeah, maybe just imagination and all. But I'm not the jumpy type. And I've not had that happen before. Moved to the point later in life, I would have a similar feeling of dread, panic, and anxiety, and I would go looking again, like I did that night. The next time it happened 20 years on, I would see something, and I would encounter something. Completely different setting, very much the same feelings. I don't know. It's the feelings or emotions that are there. It's a weird combination of fear, anxiety, and determination to find something that's causing you to feel that way. Anybody have something like this, or is it just me? I know, maybe I just kind of wired and kind of weird. My memory's, well, you could say it's like a video. All these years on, I can still hear, see, feel the guys around me. Hear that precise mechanical message like tapping, knowing it was something wanting us to know it was there. Me standing frozen stiff in the fear and the cold, unable to will my knee to bend to take a few steps more. Just caving to a flood of relief as I headed away, back into the safety of the cabin. Odd. My cat knows ghosts. Okay, I'm pretty sure dogs are sensitive to something. Had 3, none of them could stand being on the second floor of my parents' 2 flat. Food. Couldn't entice them to enter. Yeah, we people experience stuff up there, but it's about animals. So I never considered anything about cats, but I think one of ours is traumatized. Is that even possible? But one of these things bug a cat, and why? Our tortoiseshell has become super tentative about walking across the bed. If there's a comforter or a sheet on it, the cat walks on it like it's a minefield. Very slowly, very suspiciously, too. Sniffing as it goes. If you twitch your foot, it freaks and jumps. Every single time, it gets more and more unsettled. And by the third time, it just leaves. Maybe that's just a cat thing, though. Here's why it may be not. I notice how it behaves when other weird stuff happens. One night I wake up to the crackling. I have no idea what this is, but it seems to start at one wall and passes through the space of the room until it takes refuge in one of the bifold door closets. It sounds like snapping, maybe like a rubber band on a sheet of paper, but not that loud. Snaps a couple of times in the air as it crosses, then periodically snaps in the closet. This does happen with odd regularity. Our son, when about 6 or 7, pointed these things out to me. In the family room, he suddenly announced, "Mommy's home." I asked him how he knew this, and he said, "The snapping noise," which I didn't even register on until he said then, realized a series of snaps had crossed the room. A moment later, my wife's car came in the driveway. The cat is awake too, and both our heads tracked the sound across the room and into the closet. So we both stare at the closet. The next morning, getting up for work, I watched the cat get off the bed and purposely, cautiously, walk up to the closet. Intrigued, I remain motionless. The cat conducts a proper investigation too. It looks the closet up and down from the outside, then carefully begins climbing shelving until it has poked its head in everywhere. Satisfied nothing improper is there, the cat looks me in the eyes for a half-second, jumps down, and eats his breakfast. That was a while ago. Sir. Last night, I'm laying in the same bed reading about Corona on CNN, and the cat's already settled down in my left armpit. I'm on my back. Something makes sounds like it's hustling in the hallway, scrambling underneath my bed, and crashes into the room corner underneath my bed and is just a foot or so from my head. No, I've never heard this before, and no, there's no other animals. The other, very elderly, not sure if it can run even, cat is behind the closed doors in the family room. It sounded like it ran into some stuff, like paper or plastic. It didn't sound small. Small, cat size would be right on, though. What the fuck? Flip over, and the cat and I both crawl to the edge of the bed to see what this thing was. She leans down, and I would have just for the record, but they sniffed. Obviously, there's nothing there, not the something it barreled into, just edge of the bed, wall trim, oak floorboards. Huh. Cat and I look each other in the eyes. Well, we both realize neither of us is going to actually expend the effort to look underneath the bed this time. So I turn the lights off and we both huddle up and go to sleep. I'm realizing that she's encountering enough weird stuff to Canadian, maybe? I'm realizing she's encountering enough weird stuff, You know, when something weird's happening, and B, not sweating it when it does. But I think, if it's not a typical cat thing, then whatever happened with the comforter was not a good cat experience. So, anyone with cats have any insights that they could share? Only tried to save a few cats before, and they all beat the crap out of me. Could it possibly have been paranormal? A banshee? 1:47 a.m., suburban Chicago. 2 days ago, it was a quiet neighborhood that we live in. A mix of families with young kids, empty nesters, and seniors waiting out their final years. People help each other with yard work, shovel one another's walks. It's quiet. If there's a party, there's a few people for a barbecue, maybe just quiet talking that's over by 10 p.m. People like to sleep. Even the college-aged kids back home from the pandemic and summer go elsewhere to be noisy. I am 100% Irish lineage, fourth-generation American. All my family names, including the black Irish one, olive skin, jet black hair, rises from County Clare area. I never believed in little people, or even more specifically, banshees. Frankly, I think them a bit over-the-top, morbid, ridiculous. My family never even spoke of any of that stuff. That being said, I've had a number of experiences over the years that has pretty much torpedoed my blanket. Practically ain't no such things as ghosts sort of an attitude, you know. Which is a funny position to hold should you have faith and believe in God, but life. Being receptive to the quote-unquote odd is one thing. Believing that something the likes of a banshee can exist, that is entirely different. I'm no fan, period. But as some of these experiences I've been having, well, they seem to have some sort of a point to the extent that they almost seem like intentional training courses. I'm left wondering. It's unsettling, and at what point does common reality end and this quote-unquote odd begin? Wonder if I'm going nuts, or if it's just more of an extensive thing than I thought, so here I am. After a couple of days, I'm just shaking my head and left wondering. Was it something or just someone? I don't know. Maybe someone out there has more experience, beyond the anecdotal, and that would be helpful. 1:47 a.m., asleep in bed. Something clunks around and it wakes me up. It sounds like when you drop a full shampoo bottle in the bathtub. There's a bathroom with a bathtub and a shower attached to the bedroom. Shit. I open my eyes. On the left table, right by my head, is where I put my phone. And conveniently, my wife's cheap-ass mood-light vaporizer just happens to be on the table. It's glowing a bright, funky, bright green-yellow glow, but no steam. Weird color, never saw that one before, I don't think. But I'm grateful it's there, and she moves it a lot. And I'm grateful that it's on. That's because I can clearly see the bathroom door, which is shut, and my phone. Check my phone for the time, since it's shut or asshole, and, well, nice unless you're trying to sleep, cats can't be blamed for dirt track racing in the bathtubs. Alright, I'll get up and check to see what fell, I think to myself. My wife is asleep with a pillow over her head, which is normal. As I sit up, the vaporizer lamp fades out. Shit. Now I'm in the dark again. Must have a timer function. I use my phone light to get up, walk into the bathroom, and inspect it. As I figured, nothing's out of place. Once again, I've gotten out of bed to check on a noise that I don't recognize, and nothing's out of place. Still curious about the odd color on the vaporizer, I close the bathroom door to prevent cat racing and pick it up. There's 2 buttons, one on-off and the other to change lights. I hit one of those buttons and nothing. Must be the light button, then the other and nothing, then both. What the fuck? I still have sleep, I still have sleep, but beginning to get irritated. So I look down, following the white electrical cord. The vaporizer's plug is right at my feet, at least 3 feet from the nearest wall outlet. Oh, I must have been plugged in. Now determined to turn it on and find that damn green-yellow color. I pick up the plug and I just bend over to put it into the wall outlet. But I can't, both because outlets have things just plugged into them already. There's no other socket within 6 feet longer than the vaporizer's cord. That means... Holy shit. I feel the chills run down my back and goosebumps ripple my skin. It was unplugged when it was lit up. Now I'm more awake. More so, actually. I'm on alert and some weird shit is definitely happening. This isn't the first time I've encountered something that somehow is able to generate photonic activity without an obvious power source. My ears are on, and I'm just in my head and trying to sense anything odd. That's when I hear it. Having cooled off in Chicago, we had turned off the AC and opened the house windows before going to sleep. There's the sound of a woman's voice coming through the window. Not a girl, not a young woman, but a middle-aged or older one. It's not talking normally, and I know all my neighbors, having lived in the house over 15 years now. If it's one of them, it's emotionally distorted. It's sing-song, higher pitched than a talking voice. Yeah, but not quite a moan. It's also not keening, which I've only heard on YouTube after being curious about Irish customs and more recently after this. Keening, I don't know that one. There are words being spoken, but it sure doesn't sound like English. 2 full sentences up and down, moaning-ish, lost or lonely sounding. Emotionally in distress. Then, silence. Just the wind in the leaves rustling. Holy crap. I refuse to jump to conclusions, ignoring the vaporizer and the clunking in my bathroom. No evidence these are even related. I listen for sounds of music, or a car door, or other people's voices, or a house screen door, other than anything really that I can just tie to human activity. There's nothing, just a gentle wind and some trees. She goes again, like before. It's unsettling. If it's my neighbor, then they're off their meds. Or maybe something horrible's happened, or they're having a sort of brain event. I listen, trying desperately to make out the words, any word. And by the way, I speak 3 languages, and I know some Latin. I can't sync what I'm hearing to any of their speech patterns. Silence again, and again I listen for any indication of quote-unquote normal activity. Less cool than supernormal activity. Maybe someone's mother or grandmother or an older relative that's visiting kind of got out while the family was asleep and is in this sort of, senile state, or maybe even disoriented or afraid. I've had that happen before and helped return young children and grandparents that got turned around. She begins again. This time I'm trying to directionally locate the area where the voice is coming from, but it's hard, and normally it's easy to figure out exactly where somebody is speaking from. Not now. I think it's coming from the west near the alley T in a house away, maybe. That's more of a guess than certainty. She stops 3 times. Same sing-song moan. Nothing else but leaves rustling in the breeze. I grab my cop light from the nightstand, my phone, throw in some shorts, and just on my way out. Well, as they put it, I grab my cop light from the nightstand, my phone, throw in shorts, and on my way out... And on my way out, my hand hovers over a camping machete that I'd been sharpening up for a trip. It's sheathed, and I grab it, thinking I'm kind of nuts to do that, but really, I don't know who, or in the extreme event, what is out there. In a heartbeat, I'm in the side door and into the area where I think I heard the moaning, or chanting, coming from. There's nothing. There's an empty alley. All the neighbors have security lights, and I can see in the yards. I don't even hear any voices or any sounds whatsoever that would indicate, really, anyone but my dumbass is outside. Which a machete, like a rolled newspaper in my right armpit, and I'm in the hood at 2 a.m. I walk back to my home, I sweep around it. The house is locked up, and I even look up into the trees and to my roof, just in case. There's nothing. I stand in the driveway motionless in the shadows and I just listen. Not another sound. Damn weird. This is gonna bother me, and I'm right. So the next day, I stroll over to the neighborhood kids playing the pool and others doing their yard work, and I ask and I say, has anybody gotten a relative over, or did you hear anyone in distress last night? Nope, no one heard anything. I did try to wake my wife, that didn't go over well, and since I thought it was a person at first, I never thought to record or video what I heard, not that it would make any difference, I guess. If it were not for the clunking and the vaporizer, I never would have even considered it wasn't a person. Just that somebody was out, I don't know, just don't know. It may all just be me. So I don't know about the woman's voice, the clunking, and the light. Yeah, that happened. Can't explain it. I like the machete in the newspaper. Very Papua New Guinea of you. Chicago western suburbs. White bipedal creature in backyard. Chicago, near western suburbs. It's August 12th, 2020. It's 11:30ish at night. White bipedal creature. Posting for a friend who relayed the following to me via phone. Looking for any similar experiences or even thoughts. Location. Fenced-in backyard of a split-level home. Letting the dog out at around 11 p.m. on August 12, 2020. Dog, a pit bull mix, goes out into the back door and immediately goes to eat a cicada. Yuck. That's why I can't record during the daytime. It's Death buzzing under the patio table out the back door. Looking up, she sees something she doesn't quite understand and confusedly tries to make sense of it all. There's someone in her backyard, maybe 20 feet away, approaching their back door. Bipedal, all white, seems to jerk in surprise, turn, run on two legs to the back fence, which it hops over by, just putting one limb onto the top and then up and over. Shocked, she turns to her boyfriend following her out and says, in a paraphrase, "There's someone in her backyard. He just jumped the fence and ran to the left." Her boyfriend's 5'9", walks out to the spot in the fence that she says she saw the guy go over. As her boyfriend is standing there, her mind clears from its surprise to confusion. She can see her boyfriend clearly, his short shirt, shoes, hair, face. She realizes what she saw was all white. It wasn't wearing clothes, or if it was like a one-piece. She didn't notice if it had shoes. It was taller than a boyfriend by several inches. She didn't see any features or even facial ones, but can't decide if there was no face, or she just didn't register on it because of her surprise. But it was all one color, no contrast. It also didn't make a sound, as if it turned, ran to the fence, over the grass, jumped the fence. It was completely silent, and the dog never reacted to it. And the dog's very protective of her and its yard. The more she remembers and works through her confusion and can see her boyfriend standing there, she never moved once she saw it, she realizes what she saw wasn't a person, and it moved very quickly, too quickly, and with a weird fluidity. She didn't describe that any better. The yards behind and adjacent to hers, they're all fenced in and locked. There's no alleyway. They didn't hear anyone running away or going over the fences or gates in the other yards. No sounds other than their own. Boyfriend checks the next yard, nothing there. She also said that she had a weird feeling in her gut, and chills and goosebumps, in addition to her heart's adrenaline rush, if that might mean anything. Albino trespasser tracks star-high jumper in a white tracksuit, so probably not. So, I told this in flat tones because it wasn't me, but as she recounted what she saw, actually thinking about her experience, she began to realize the differences and went from confused to really scared. She went, "Yeah, I saw this strange white guy in my backyard. Yeah, he's all white, too. Oh my God, this thing didn't have a face. It was really close to me. It wasn't human, was it? What the hell was in my backyard? Why was it there, and what does it want? Is it going to come back? Hope not. Childhood memory. It's about 1:30 a.m. here in Shanghai. I've suddenly the urge to share one of the most baffling memories from my childhood. I was born and raised in San Francisco. Specifically, I grew up around the Ingleside district. My parents rented the bottom floor apartment of a home located in a street called Dorado Terrace. Even though my memory is quite fuzzy regarding most of my early childhood, one day in particular is burned into my mind. My parents and I had just come back from Toys R Us, and they'd bought me one of those electric carts, the ones kids could drive around and were battery-powered. I vividly remember being so excited to ride it, but since we just bought it, the battery needed to be charged first. My mom made me take a nap, though, and I remember staring super intently at the cart, which was in the closet across from the bed. Then it happened. The closet transformed into a literal staircase. But not like actually changing shape, rather a blend of like a gray visage of a staircase covered the closet, sort of like some opaque watermark. Then after a few seconds, a small figure walked down the staircase, climbed onto my cart, got into a jockey-like position onto it as if they were going to ride it right then and there. After what felt like only a few seconds, the figure got off of the cart and faded away, but not long after this entire scene played out again, and then again. I was enthralled by what I was seeing, not in the least bit scared. After a few minutes, everything stopped and the small figure in the staircase dissipated. Many years later, I shared this story with my childhood best friend's parents, maybe middle school age. I specifically remember my friend's mom telling me the area we lived at used to be an orphanage a long time ago. Someone. This happened when I was around 4, maybe 5. To start off, I hope this is not the wrong Reddit forum. If this isn't suitable for this forum, I apologize in advance. I have a weird memory. Kinda scares me. One night I woke my dad up. I told him I heard footsteps from outside our room. At the time, I was a little kid, and I always had a really weird feeling in his apartment. I'm sure there's something he brought up with him. If this something helps, my dad is Turkish and I'm Swedish. It may help, but I doubt it will. Something that neither him or I know. Since he left us, I can't get any answers. So that's why I resort to this Reddit thread. But I encourage you, please help me solve this mystery. Anyways, back to the story. Sorry for being inconvenient. As I said, I heard footsteps outside our room. I told Dad about it, and he told me, "Don't be scared. They're just you and me here." I told him that I wanted to know if it was really true. My dad brought me out of the room, carrying me on his shoulder. As he brought me into the living room, he told me there was no one here. He looked out the windows and told me something I don't remember. After that, I remember looking back, and there was a dark figure standing behind us. I told Dad in a low voice that there was someone behind us, and more than that, I don't remember. I have a vague memory of that. Like Dad told me he called the police about it, but I'm not sure if he really did, or maybe he just said that to comfort me. Another terrifying thing that happened to my dad was a dream I had. I woke up to the sight of this devil or Satan. He was pulling my brother and my dad in a big boiler, and I was screaming a lot to get my dad and brother out of there. These two childhood traumas that I really want answers to. And since they're apologizing so much, I apologize for sounding a little bit off. I've been sick for months now. But I appreciate all of your comments a whole lot. Even if I can't respond to them. Still read them. Thank you. Unknown entity haunting my house. So there's this thing haunting me in my family's house. It's been going on for probably like 2 or 3 years. It started with me a few years ago when I would go to bed. Whenever I was laying down, these hands would start popping out of the doorway to the bedroom. It was like they were trying to climb through and into the room. It would always happen on the corner of my eye almost. I would tell my family about it, and while they believed me, they never really witnessed anything for themselves. It was not until a while later where my brother would start seeing the same thing by the doorway, except this time it was a head, and I also started seeing it. We would affectionately nickname it the Head, and I would eventually come across this urban legend that parents would tell their children, to make them go to sleep at night. It was called El Coco. El Coco is a monster with a giant bat ear that travels around at night listening for kids who are still awake. Then he promptly goes and eats them. I looked up the meaning of El Coco, and it loosely translates to the head. So I just found that a little creepy. That, we're calling this thing the Head, and there was already an urban legend with that name. The weird thing is, though, is that my mom also had seen it. She works at a care home that's next to our house. One day she's in the dining room doing something. There's this cutout next to the doorway. That's when she's about to leave the room, she saw a head of this cutout that she thought was one of the people that lived there. It was only for a second before it quickly moved out of sight, which is what it always does. She walked to see if there was someone there, but there wasn't anyone. I believe my dad also saw it. Can't remember the story. A month or two ago, it either stopped showing up or we stopped paying attention to it because... Sir. Or we stopped paying attention to it because we didn't see it again. But then a few days ago, my other brother, not the first one, was hanging out with the first one in the same bedroom while I was in the living room. My brother saw brother 2 saw something in the doorway of the corner of the eye and asked brother 1 if it was me. The head usually pops up high above the doorway, but this time it was pretty much down below, so I guess it's back again. Anyway, I just want to know what that thing is. And I know it sounds unbelievable as I've talked about a different experience in the past, but whether you believe me or not, I'm wondering if you've ever heard of any myths or legends of something like this, or if you've experienced it yourself. It doesn't seem like a ghost because of the way it always tries to hide from us, like it could get caught. A ghost can just disappear, but that was my story, and I hope I provided enough details. Probably the biggest rabbit hole I've ever been down. Big or deep? So, a few years back, me, my mom, and my brother had started watching Supernatural on Netflix. The show itself isn't important in the story, but what was in the show. Well, so for the people who haven't watched it, me being one of them, on the show they would sometimes read books on monsters to study them. They would also do things like this on the TV show Grimm. So we got to wondering if books like that could possibly exist in real life. We looked on the internet and were mildly disappointed to not have found anything. We just gave up. Either after finishing the show or when we were close to the end. Became kind of interested in that kind of stuff, and, well, one night I told myself I would find proof of monsters, no matter how long I looked. I would find something. And I did. I went to YouTube and started looking up Typical monsters caught on camera type videos. That is a pretty deep hole. And quickly, accidentally came across a video of a guy reading some book or something about myths. He started talking about something called cynocephali. They looked like people, but with the head of a dog. This made me curious. I looked it up on Google about cynocephali and found out that they were the race of dog-headed people. Apparently, they used to live here, but in their own territories. They could also be found in a book called Marvels of the East. Marvels of the East is a kind of natural zoology type book about strange life forms and strange plants. It contains all kinds of what you would call beastmen. Cynocephaly, the dog-headed people. People who had no head, but their face was on their chest. They were called blemis, or blemius. People who only had one giant foot at the end of their bodies that they would use to jump long distances, and others. The point is, it was a, very strange book. It came from a work written earlier, and it was called the Beowulf Manuscript. Thing is, apparently in the Middle Ages in Europe, it was just a common thing for people to believe in these things. They had multiple bestiaries about strange creatures they believed to exist. Anyway, back to the cynocephaly, which I deem to be the most important part of this rabbit hole, since they seem to be everywhere. Throughout history, practically at the beginning of when written history happened, people have always believed in or betrayed cynocephalic beings. You had Anubis in ancient Egypt. There is a part of the story of Jason and the Argonauts where they fought cynocephaly. There was also a Greek physician named Sistius who wrote about cynocephaly living in India. They lived in the mountains and would be given gifts by the Indians every year. China had a belief of something called the Dog Kingdom. Herodotus, the father of history, seemed to believe in cynocephaly. The weird thing with him, though, is that he thought they were stuck in their hybrid state. Werewolves were too out there for him, but apparently hybrid dog people weren't. Marco Polo believed. Alexander the Great claimed to have fought them. And so you can basically find these guys everywhere. But you see, I have a quip about that Alexander the Great bit. Sort of a double negative. Anyway, but you see, this was the past. People believed in a lot of strange things in the past. Things that can be explained by science that we didn't really understand back then. Is what a skeptic would say, at least. Which they would be very, very wrong about. The last significant writings on cynocephaly can be found somewhere in the early 16th century. But in 1887, in Wexford County, Michigan, two lumberjacks would claim to have seen something they described as looking like a man, but having the head of a dog. This would come to be known as the Michigan Dogman. Eventually, there'd be claims of sightings in other places across the country. And now, people still claim to see it to this day. And what bugs me is just how hard it is to find this stuff on the internet. It's almost like you have to know exactly what you're looking for in order to find anything on it. I'm not saying that it's censored, but it sure feels like someone doesn't want us to know something. Or there's very little on it. Or you've never used the internet. A long time ago, because that's how everything was. Another thing I find interesting is that even if they don't exist, they're still undeniably a part of our Earth's history, or lore at least. And just because they seem too strange to exist and we're at a point where we think we know everything doesn't give us the right to choose what we consider historical or not. I have a hard time holding my comments back on this one. Well, I already leaked a few. Next story. A a true encounter from when I was younger. When I was younger, my best guess would be around 12, I started having experiences with the paranormal. And as hard as it is to believe, and I know it was for me, the short experience I'm about to share is 100% true, and it's one of probably hundreds at this point. Somewhere around the age of 12, something shifted with me. The best thing I could really say is that it was as if I had become a magnet to paranormal things. This is the very first thing I remember happening to me till this day, really, 20 years later. I'll never forget it. One night I laid down like any other night. That was because I had school the next morning. I fell asleep shortly after laying down. At some point, not exactly sure how long, I suddenly woke from my sleep. It was almost an instant waking. I was stuck in sleep paralysis. My eyes were wide open, but no matter what I did, I simply couldn't move. It was dark in my room, so that darkness, coupled with sleep paralysis, was not pleasant, to say the least. Not to mention this was my first experience with sleep paralysis. All of a sudden, my bedroom door slung open and my bedroom light came on. There was this lady, I'd say she looked somewhere possibly in her 50s, that floated in and over the side of my bed. I remember very vividly she didn't walk because my eyes were the only thing that I could really move. I was looking at her throughout the corner of my eye, scared to death. She just sort of floated. She had her hair pulled back into something like a bun. She was wearing older-style clothing. I'm not sure if you could call it colonial or what else it could be called, but it was like a dress like women used to wear in the olden days. It was when they had an apron on and churned their own butter. Everything about this one was colorless, almost frozen in appearance like ice. She looked like she stepped out of an old colorless TV. She wasn't quite white, and she wasn't exactly gray, more of a blend. The only thing that was different were those guys. Good God, those eyes. They were solid white like her pupils were missing, or one of them marble statues. She leaned down and in an almost creepy whisper said 3 words. Death Valley Forge. It was at that exact moment the sleep paralysis stopped. I shot up out of bed screaming, ran into my parents' room, and I was crying my eyes out. I was scared to death. They convinced me it was a dream. Sent me back to bed, and I was reluctant, but decided that they were probably right. Went back to my room, went to sleep, and never saw the lady again. A few weeks after this happened, I realized one thing I'd missed. I finally got released from the sleep paralysis. Never stopped to open my door to turn my light on. I ran out immediately. When I returned, the door was open and the light was on. I didn't open the door or touch the light, so if it was just a dream, then how? Roomba. I have a ghost story. When I was 17, I had the most horrifying 3-ish months of my life. My mom asked me on day if I was angry when I'd come home because she kept hearing basement doors slam. My room was in the basement at the time. I didn't think anything of it. Maybe I did slam the door hard on accident. Cut to later that night. I'm playing some game on the computer in the living room, listening to music. My dad asleep on the couch behind me. My mom fast asleep as well in their bedroom. I hear the basement door open and slam. Take my earbud out and listen. My first thought was my sister randomly come home from college. Yet even that was weird, as it was like 12:30 a.m. I'm listening. I hear the door open and slam again. The door handle had a very distinct sound when it turned. I hear both, and I get up and begin to wake my dad up, and I say, Dad, someone's breaking into the house." He kind of brushes me away and mumbles, just the door opens and slams again. Realizing I was serious, my dad wakes up, I hand him the fire poker, and I have a fire shovel, and we start to search the house. We searched downstairs to find no one. Doors were locked. Windows locked. No one was there. We both just kind of shrugged and went back upstairs. The door slamming incident happened on a weekend. So the following Monday after I got home from school, I went downstairs and started to watch TV. I'd get home a little after 4 p.m. and my parents wouldn't be home until about 5:30. I'm sitting there watching TV. I hear loud, heavy, distinct footsteps coming from upstairs. Thought my mom had gotten off work early, so I go upstairs to talk to her. She's not there, no one is. I looked all around, bathroom or bedroom, outside, her van wasn't even in the driveway. Weird, I thought. Just went back downstairs. The second I get back downstairs, I hear it again, loud, like someone with heavy boots on. This time I didn't go up. I sit there and I listen as the footsteps go throughout the house. My parents' bedroom is right above mine. I can hear their floor creak. The next day, same thing. I come home from school, I hear the footsteps, only this time I hear my name being called. Now, my mom would always yell down to me, so I went up. Nope. No one's home but me. Later that night, I was watching TV. Heard my name being called again. Sounded like it started at the top of the stairs and came into my room. I had full-body chills and just sat there quietly, not sure what to do. I then spoke to my then-girlfriend at the time about it. I told her what had happened so far, and now I'm hearing my name called. She kinda so believed me. Well, maybe a day or so after that, and we're in my room. She would come pick me up from school, and sometimes we just wouldn't go. Anyway, this was one of those times. I'd fallen asleep for an hour or so. Wake up to her next to me, and she just has this worried look about her. I ask her if she's okay, and she just looks at me with that same face. I said, "You heard something, didn't you?" She replied with a, "Yes, I heard your name twice." So, at this point, the footsteps and name being called pretty much an everyday occurrence. So much it didn't even bother me. One morning my girlfriend had gotten there to pick me up for school. I'm waking up and she asked, "What happened to your glass?" Confused, I asked her what she meant. She said, "Look at it." Now, my sister had worked at a brewery and had gotten me one of those super thick glass beer mugs. Nice cup, and I always drank out of it. I had some pop in it that night before, and I drank it all and set the glass down at my nightstand table. Now, when I went to go investigate this mug, it's cut in half. I'm talking laser beam, samurai sword cut in half. At about 45-degree angle. You could pick up the top half, and the bottom was still there. Another morning I had a dream someone was running their fingers through my hair, and then onto my forehead. My girl got there to pick me up. She asked, "What's on your forehead?" 3 scratches from the top part of my hairline almost down to my neck. My computer glitched, from my hairline almost down to my nose. I just continued to get ready for school. She's chilling in my room. We both hear my cell ringing. I'm just holding my then sweet flip phone, and it's not making any noise. Yet we both hear it. Remember back in the day when you had to, download ringtones? Oh yeah. That's what I had for a ringer. A song that we both knew. We look around the basement, still hearing the song, as we get closer to a wall, and we can hear it coming from inside of, left after that. Oh, we left after that. Keep in mind, I'm still hearing all the normal stuff daily, plus all this. And another incident. My buddy and my girlfriend's brother stayed the night. We chilled, played video games. Nothing out of the ordinary happened. We wake up to her brother yelling about something. He was asleep on the couch in, the living room part of the basement. At the foot of the couch sat a table that we had gotten from my great-grandmother. Square top with a hexagon cylinder under the base. a heavy-duty overbuilt table. The legs of the table were still sitting there. The top and the midsection are roughly 15 feet away. Jokingly, I asked him if he'd drop-kicked that in the middle of the night or something. He said no, he didn't hear anything, and he's a super light sleeper. I start to look at the base of the table. I can see how it was fastened to the top, 4 screws and 4 wood pegs that were glued in. Nothing was broken. Nothing was bent. Nothing to confirm that he had kicked it in the middle of the night. Plus, the table was so well built it would have just tipped over instead of dismantling. This was as if the top was lifted straight off and then thrown. Later that same day, the 3 of us are about to go outside to shoot some hoops, and I'm first walking up and her brother behind me, then my buddy. I'm almost at the top of the stairs and her brother pushes me out of the way and runs out of the house. My buddy and I just kind of look at each other confused. We got outside to find him visibly shaken, almost to tears. "What's wrong, dude?" we asked him. He begins to tell us he got a really weird feeling and had to turn around, and when he did, he saw a huge orb coming from up the stairs behind my buddy. A few days after that last occurrence, I'm watching TV in my room. I hear the footsteps upstairs. I hear them coming toward the basement. The footsteps continues coming down the stairs while I sit there with my TV muted, and they stop. Hearing nothing for what felt like maybe 20 seconds. Then a large shadow appears on my wall. Not really a shape of a being, more just like a big mass. I sink into my couch, looking behind me as quick as I could to see nothing. My door was still even closed. This was the first time I'd seen something. After that, I just kind of began to just show itself a little bit more. Like I'd see movement out of the corner of my eye. Things moving slightly here and there, and then one night the thing that scared me the most happens. I came home from a friend's house, probably 1 a.m. or so. It was late. I can hear both my parents sleeping and snoring away. I'm in the kitchen nuking up some leftover pizza. A strange feeling came over me that I needed to walk into the living room. I then hear my mom's voice say, "Where's he at?" And I freeze. I literally can't move my body for a solid minute. My mind couldn't comprehend how I just heard what I heard. Sure, people sleep talk, but it's usually mumbled and maybe incoherent. This was very clear and audible, as if she was sitting right there and said that. I finally am able to just go back into the kitchen and make it downstairs. From there, the activity continues but slows. No more voices. Footsteps become rare. Anything odd simply seems to stop. For a solid couple of months, there were daily intense activities that one day just stopped. Everything went back to normal. My friends and I never really talked about it again. My parents, girlfriend, and 2 friends, including myself, all experienced something during that time. Never been able to explain any of the events. I'm very logical and believe a lot of paranormal experiences can be explained. In this case, I have experienced firsthand things we do not understand. My life has never been the same after seeing a ghost. First of all, I live in a very small town in Austria, and I was 8 years old at that time. My sister went on a school trip, so I took the opportunity to sleep in her room because I found it more comfortably. During the night, I suddenly woke up because I heard a couple of loud but short sounds coming from the hallway. It was something between 2 and 3 a.m. Didn't have a phone, but a digital alarm clock. I assumed it was my brother who went to the toilet and tried to fall back asleep right after. After turning to the wall for a short time, I started to hear classic music playing with a woman singing, like humming slowly to it. At this point, I started to get really scared and never sweated this hard from fear alone. After 3 to 5 minutes listening to it, I tried to force myself to turn around, stand up, and turn the lights on. Immediately after turning around, I saw an old, extremely skinny lady shining strongly with white. Had a face I'll never forget in my life. She had a white hospital-like long shirt on, had some holes in it, and she was also floating, at least a little bit. I stared her in her eyes for 2 seconds before I slowly turned back around, crying quietly. At this point, I was completely frozen in my bed, hoping that music would stop so I could run to my mom's bedroom quickly, which I did after staying frozen for like a half an hour. Of course, everybody around me said that it was just a dream and nothing more. I remember being completely in my thoughts the next day. After this night, I swear something changed. I started to have bad thoughts toward myself and to others, which still can't get rid of sometimes. I'm 19 now, living alone, and I feel like my childhood was filled with depression and nightmares. Nan received a sign from my deceased granddad. So back in 2008, my granddad passed and my Nan moved on with my family, my mom's mom. A few years go by and my Nan started noticing a change in my dad's patterns. He worked shifts and he was suddenly leaving several hours before his shift started and only when my mom was at work. My Nan told my mom about this, but neither my mom or Nan really thought much of it. It wasn't unusual for him to do so every now and again, but this was far more frequent than normal. This is important for the next part. One day while I was at school, my Nan swears she heard me call from the hallway saying, "Nan, someone's here to see you." My Nan was sitting in the living room, which was nearest the front door. The door opened to the living room, and clear as day, my granddad walked in. He didn't say a single word to my Nan. He simply was adjusting his trousers, doing up the zipper, as if you have to just put them on. My Nan said as quick as he was there, he was just gone. She then got up to see if I'd come in early, but the house was empty. Came home about 30 minutes later to find my Nan absolutely flushed of color and in visible shock as what had occurred. She spoke to me and my mom, her daughter, about what she saw, and we were all stumped about what it could mean. My mom, about a few weeks later, confronted my dad about his changing patterns. My mom had noticed a change in his behavior toward her. Turns out he'd been having an affair behind my mom's back. The exact time my granddad presented himself to my Nan was whilst my dad was with this lady before the start of his work shift. My Nan and Mom believed it was my granddad coming to just give her a little bit of a warning and to protect their daughter. My Nan believed this until the day she died. Multiple experiences that I'd like to discuss and rationalize. During my teenage years, I had multiple experiences in 2 house shares I lived in during university. The first house was a standard terraced property and had a basement. Obviously, we explored the basement area the first day we moved in. That's where we found this, matchstick model of a house that had been sort of just put together, as well as newspaper clippings from the 70s. We thought nothing of it, but the activity just boomed. Shadow figures. The house layout meant that you walked in and had rooms off the corridor, and as you went down the corridor, there was a kitchen, and through the kitchen was the living room. You could see the living room from the front door. We all saw figures move in that living room, all the time. Basement. The door would unlock and open itself. The light would switch itself on. Drawers opening. Or as they put it, drawers. A little bit different. All our rooms are locked. My housemates in the room downstairs would come home to find all of her drawers open on a regular basis. All the kitchen cabinets would randomly open as well. Upstairs hallway. 3 of us had rooms upstairs. We would hear loud footsteps and people running almost every single night. We always thought it was each other until after a few months we asked each other and realized it was none of us. Banging. Randomly, something would bang my radiator on the other side of the room so loud it would wake me up. I know, man. Second year, our group started staying together, but those experiences were enough. So we got the fuck out of they house and moved to another, thinking it would be better. It wasn't, it got worse. Upstairs hallway. Footsteps, just like before. Upstairs bathroom. One night I was on the toilet and I hear somebody try the locked handle and giggling. I shouted out thinking it wad housemates playing a prank, but the handle rattled louder and more aggressively. I shot up and opened the door. It was pitch black and everyone was in bed fast asleep. My bedroom. Voices and objects falling. I had a shelf in my bedroom, and in the night, things would fall off randomly. I checked the fittings, and this thing was dead level. Even if you slammed the doors and windows, the items didn't bulge. This just kept happening. Then one night in bed, I'm just falling asleep to hear a loud, very audible exhale in my ear. So loud I feel the breath. Quickly roll over, and I see this human-like figure right by my bed, which quickly then disappeared. Housemates hear voices. My housemates downstairs used to hear chatting in the living room at night. They would think it was us and just text everyone. Never was. We would either all be out or just be in bed asleep. Shadows. We would see shadows dart around the living room. One night we're all watching TV together. We all saw this figure dart down the hallway toward the garden. I couldn't sit or stand in that room without my back basically being up against the wall. Taps. The taps in the downstairs bathroom, upstairs bathroom, and kitchen would just turn on and run randomly. I finally just moved, put in my third year to another property, and everything stopped. A few of group had place mem, years, etc., so we split up. I don't know if this is strange, foreign to me college speak, but I don't know what you speak of. Moving on. One of my housemates decided to stay on in that house, and new people moved in with her. I still went to visit, but the house gave me the creeps. The man who took my room had the exact same experiences as me. Everyone else also had their own. I wish you all have your own as well tonight. See ya. Welcome to Paranormal M, where the unexplained becomes reality. Subscribe now. Stay connected to chilling episodes that will captivate your mind. The supernatural is closer than you think. The Yellow House. Year is 1993. My parents have 3 kids at the time. My oldest sister, my older brother, and me. 2 more sisters came later on. We're closing on the house. My parents are closing on our house, and, well, this is where it all started. As closing was coming to an end, my parents were asked if they had any more questions about the property. My mom asked about Mr. G, who was the seller, if anybody had died in this house. Random question. Mr. G's response was, "Why? Are you scared of ghosts?" I guess that was the end of their closing. So we move in. It was a hood city, but our neighborhood was one of those movie neighborhoods where all the houses looked the same, except for the one that we just bought. Everybody knew everyone and everything that went on. All the houses in the neighborhood were single-story, 2-bedroom, 1-bath houses, with a kitchen, living room, and dining room. Mr. G added on to this house, apparently. He did this when he owned it, and it was a 2-story, 5-bedroom, 3-bath, with a beauty salon and a workshop attached. I think Mr. G's wife was maybe a hairstylist. So, our house was the biggest in the neighborhood. We get settled in the first week. My bedroom was supposed to be the last room on the left upstairs. But from day one, I was terrified of that room. So, me and my brother shared a room, the last room on the right. After we got unpacked and settled in, we decided to take a stroll around the block. Closed up the house, turned the lights off, shut the front door, and head out. We planned on just going for a walk and a general interaction with the neighborhood. We made our way around the 5 roads that made up our community. And as we made our way back to the house, we could see it in the distance. All the lights were on in the house and the front door was open. My mom made us stay back about 2 houses up while my dad went and checked the house. When my dad gave the clear, my mom called the police to make a report. They also checked the house and didn't find anything or anyone, so it was just let go. I believe this was one of the first signs of paranormal activity in the house. I don't know quite how much time has passed. It was a short time. Maybe a couple of days or maybe a week. But we did the typical welcome to the neighborhood housewarming party at our house. A lot of neighbors came to visit and to party. Our next-door neighbor, Bill, was hesitant about coming inside. He stayed in the front porch, but eventually came inside, sat on the couch, and just drank some beer. One of the downstairs bedrooms that was attached to the living room, it was mine and my brother's quote-unquote playroom. TV, Sega, Nintendo. My hamster cage was in there also. So during this party, I decided to put my hamster in the ball. Bill was pretty loosened up by this time. Well, said hamster rolled around in his ball and made it into the living room. Bill got quiet. My parents noticed this about Bill and my mom and asked if he was all right. I guess Bill wasn't accustomed to hamsters and their toys, and all he's seen was a ball. Bill said, "If that ball moves one more time, I'm leaving and I won't be back." Well, about that time, my hamster kind of turned into a flash and took off in his ball. Bill flew out the door and went home. He stuck to his words years until he moved, and he wouldn't enter our house. Would only come in the driveway or the yard sometimes. But rarely he would come to the front porch, even after my mom told him it's a hamster in a ball. So we're there a few months. This is in the 90s, and, family life and my mom's all outside. Starts a conversation with the lady across the street. We're going to call her husband Meemaw and Pawpaw. This is when Meemaw informs my mom that 2 ladies, they died in our house from cancer. Mr. G's wife and daughter. Meemaw also goes to say Mr. G was a weird guy, and apparently he had secret rooms built into the house behind bookshelves, secret doors, and even a full old-school fireman setup, like a fireman axe, a fire hose, and a reel behind a wall. She believed it was the wall that the stairs were on. Some people knew about the secret room, so I guess it wasn't entirely a secret. I don't think I could not show off secret rooms if I were to have some, so I kind of get it. My mom invited Meemaw over one day, and she was going around the house showing us some of the rooms that were turned into regular rooms. That was before Mr. G sold us the house. One was in our computer room, which had the stairs to go upstairs. Right beside the stairs was a built-in bookshelf. That was one secret room that went under the stairs into the laundry room. The bookshelf has been screwed shut, but if you went through the door on the other side, You could see the back of the bookshelf that still has hinges and was screwed shut to the wall, and on the other side, so it couldn't be open. The upstairs bedroom, meaning my bedroom, you could see a faint crack in the wall that went over the stairs in the shape of a door. It was sealed with sheetrock, and Meemaw told us that's where Mr. G kept his safe. Well, I started elementary school. Used to walk to school, and it was maybe half a mile through the woods. Very close. Everything seemed fine. Had 2 younger sisters now, blah, blah, blah. Around 4th grade, I started noticing when I got home from school just about every day. My mom would be sitting in our van, and she had this little 90s handheld TV. I know. We'd go to Winn-Dixie and buy an Enquirer magazine. I used to get mad because I wanted to go to the store with her, but it was a daily occurrence. During this time I was in elementary school, we would witness things or experience things happening, like doors opening or closing inside the house. It would be slow, like a draft. Not fast, swinging open or slamming shut, but then still moved. Things being moved. My dad played it off as drafts in the house and forgetting that we left, so... Didn't know this at the time, but my mom was stressing and freaking out apparently. And my mom was huge on Psychic Sylvia Browne on the Montel show. And at this time, I'm in middle school. My brother and I came walking home from school one day and noticed a bag with our DVDs sitting beside the trash. So we got them. My mom met us at the door, and we asked why they were put out there. She said Psychic Sylvia Browne said today that if you have horror movies in your house, then you are allowing the devil to enter your home. She made us throw them back out, but we snuck them back into her bedroom. Me and my brother shared a bedroom. Later on into the evening, my mom is still making small talk about Sylvia Browne. She said this, she said that. One of our yearly chores was, as my brother and I hung up the Christmas lights. Well, we were a teen and a preteen at this point and lazy. So this year we decided that we hated doing it, so we left the lights up and it's months past Christmas. During one of Sylvia Browne's episodes, my mom started screaming at me and my brother to go take down the Christmas lights. Apparently it was because it's bad luck to leave them up all year and something to do with Satan. This is when by the way, they don't have anything to do with Satan. This is when my brother, I did mention he's 4 years older than me, he makes the comment to my mom, "Yeah, well, this house is already evil. Sometimes I feel like I'm getting my hair pulled and no one's there, and sometimes I hear these people walking up the stairs. No one's ever there." My mom busted into tears. Says the same time it happened to her. And also, she's been pushed down the stairs. Says that's why she sits in the van every day all day long. It's because she's scared to be in the house by herself. So, when we leave for school, she'll be right behind us to go sit in her car all day. At this time, my mom and dad got divorced for whatever reason, never really got into it. So my dad moved back in with his parent. I was kind of jealous at this point because my mom and brother were talking about paranormal stuff happening to them. Nothing ever happened to me. I was unbothered by the spirits. My mom started calling them spirits instead of ghosts or demons. I guess maybe hoping to ease her mind a bit. I was going to leave this part out, but I'll tell it. I was home alone. My brother and little sister went to the grocery store or something, and I, for whatever reason, tried to hang myself with a belt from the attic while they were gone. I remember seeing the light, but I don't know, I didn't make it that far. I woke up on the ground with a massive headache and the belt was broke. I never spoke of this again, but looking back, I can only think the spirit saved me for whatever reason. Got to my feet, ripped the collar off my shirt, and when my family got home, I acted like nothing happened. My mom asked me what happened to my neck. quickly got the ripped shirt and told her that I was in the attic, and my shirt was caught on a nail and almost choked me. By the way, our house has like 3 attics. One on the front porch, one in the dining room downstairs, and one upstairs in the closet that was originally supposed to be my bedroom. Anyways, now my brother's curious about the attic. So we decided to go up there. We got creeped out because we found a mold of someone's teeth. It scared us, but we didn't let it get to us much because we used to store our toys up there. My mom ended up getting a headboard and a bed frame from a lady because my mom wanted to get rid of her waterbed. That was my dog yawning. Well, a short time after, the lady my mom got the bed from had died. My mom would accuse me and my brother of peeking into her room in the middle of the night. We swore it wasn't us. Then she would say that it was a solid black shadowy figure as tall as the door frame looking into her room. There was 2 of them, by the way. My mom put 2 and 2 together, and her theory was whatever spirits were in her house didn't like the bed frame because there's possibly a spirit attached to that. She quickly got rid of the bed frame. It's coming up on Christmas time again. I get a remote-controlled truck from my grandmother. Well, me and my brother are in our room watching MTV, and my RC truck starts moving. It drove itself out of the bedroom door and stopped. My brother smacked me in the head and said to stop playing with it or goes downstairs because he's trying to watch TV. Probably the Tom Green show or Celebrity Deathmatch. Loved that show. Told him I'm not playing with it. I forgot it and left the remote control at grandmother's house. We just looked at each other and he told me to get to the truck that I picked up and... Sorry, my dog's yawning more. We each looked at each other and he told me to get the truck and I picked it up and he said to take the batteries out of it because it's probably just an interface with the cord or something. I don't know. It made sense then, apparently. Well, I opened the bottom and it only has 1 of 4 AA batteries in it. We got a little scared. I put the truck underneath my bed and that's where it lived the rest of its life. I got into some trouble at middle school, and I had to be homeschooled. I completely changed my daily schedule, and I'd wind up staying all night talking to people in chat rooms, We had a web TV, not a PC, so when my brother's alarm clock would go off for him to get up for school... That was... Well, my alarm clock to go to bed. Oh. Interesting use of periods. This was our daily and nightly routine all school year. Well, in the time I'm up in the quote-unquote computer room, which was off of the kitchen and had the laundry room in it, we had a curtain that separated the kitchen from the computer room. I started noticing the curtain would move. Not blowing, but crease and move as if something used their arm to move it out of the way. Then the laundry room door would open, then close. And a little while later, the laundry room door would open and close as well. The curtain would crease and move again as if someone was walking back and forth from the kitchen to the laundry room. This went on all school year, and into the summer. I named the spirits/ghosts/demons Heidi and Beth. I don't have an explanation as to why I chose those names. Probably because I knew 2 ladies died, and so I gave them female names. Fair. This was an every night event, really, so I'd welcome them every time. Hi, Heidi. Hi, Beth. I was never bothered by them, except for them moving the curtain and the door. Never touched, etc. Well, summer's here, and my brother decided he wanted to stay up and see what I'd do all night. So I introduced him to the world of chat rooms on web TV, Talk City. His first night he's typing away, chatting it up with someone, and he stops mid-sentence. He said, "Is my hair moving?" He had a little alfalfa-looking thing on his head. I looked at his hair, and it was moving as if somebody was flicking it. I said, "No, you're imagining stuff, 'cause you ain't ever stayed up this long." Anyways, we live our lives and share the house with these spirits. Brother gets a girlfriend, moves out. A couple years later, I move in with my girlfriend. My mom goes downhill, heavy drinking, popping pills until it put her in the hospital in June of 2007. July 2007, the house catches fire. The fire department thought arson, but the paperwork is undetermined. August 2007, my mom loses her battle to alcohol after a 3-month stay in the hospital with liver failure. Ugh. Only the downstairs of the house was burned. The fire department got it put out pretty quick. Well, me and my brother decided to go to the house, see if we left anything salvageable in the attic from our childhood. While in the attic, the closet in what was supposed to be my room, something made me start pulling back the insulation up there. I found a Ouija board with a check from Mr. G to professional ambulance service and a picture of 2 ladies. I'm guessing at the time it's Mr. G's wife and daughter. My brother was in his emo rocker phase, and he decided to have the Ouija board framed up and hung it up at his house on the wall above his bed with the check and the pictures in a Ziploc bag. My oldest sister works for a heating and an air company. Loved her boss, did everything for her and the other employees. We have local dirt track racing where I live. Decided to go one day and posted a picture on Facebook. My sister called me and asked if I was there. She's in the pits that her boss races there on the weekends. She told him her brother was there, and they got us from the grandstands and took us to the pits where she introduced him to us. She said, "B, this is my boss M, and M, this is my brother B." She also told me they found out M is Mr. G's grandson. He built the house that we lived in, too. I just didn't really think to tell you. We talked about the house, and he confirmed his grandma and aunt died there from cancer, and how he stayed there for a while. They had dogs and they had other stuff. We didn't mention it anymore. Started enjoying the weekends with my family at the dirt track, and for being rather, what did they write here? And for being affiliated with the race team, working on the race cars and everything. Well, some time passes, and my brother's wife is diagnosed with cancer, and it's too late. She lost her battle to cancer fairly quick. My brother came to me a few weeks later. Says he wants to get rid of the Ouija board he had framed. And it was because he has a feeling that's why his wife passed. That he brought some bad voodoo stuff into their home. He asked if he should throw it away or burn it. Well, for my time watching ghost hunters and paranormal shows, I'm an expert now. So I thought I told him that I believe you can't just get rid of it. You have to release the spirits or something. I don't really know what I was talking about, but it kind of hit me. Hey, I know somebody who might have some answers about it. My brother comes over and I called M, my sister's boss. I said, "Hey M, I have a weird question. Back in the day after the house burned, we decided to snoop in the upstairs attic. Found a Ouija board. Do you know if Mr. G used it?" M said, "No, I used it. I bought it when I was 14 from the local hobby shop." He said he tried to contact his grandma and aunt. I said, "I'm about to send you a picture of everything my brother has and see if you know or just remember it." Well, I put the 2 pictures on the Ouija board, sent him a picture of it. He said, "Yeah, that's my board, and that's pictures of my grandma Heidi and Aunt Beth." Me and my brother looked at each other, pale as can be. If the readers remember earlier, I mentioned when I was a teen I randomly gave the spirits of our house the names Heidi and Beth. I asked him if he wanted all of it, and he said yes, so we returned all of this to the original owner, and that's pretty much where the story ends. Me and my brother have spoken about it a few times and told the story together to people and family. No one ever believes us, so we just told each other that we know the truth because we lived through it. So we'll just have to take it to the grave with us one day. Knocks on the door. I was in Turkmenistan. That's because this country where I'm from, it's a capital city, Ashgabat. I love paranormal videos. That's because I don't know how to explain it, but I love to feel scared sometimes. I live in a big room where there's a big room with a TV and a king-size bed. And there are my bathroom, my changing room, and my workroom. Usually where I sleep, and that's when I get too scared because it's small. I have big windows looking into the street. Basically, I love to close doors in my room. That way no one can disturb me. This includes my sister with her pranks. And one night, I closed the main door for my room. I got very scared this night, so I went just to call it my little office. So I'm in my office, and there's my sofa that I can sleep in with my blanket. It was a good night, very rainy. I was falling asleep, but one thing happened. Someone or something with all his power knocked my door to my office, and I was lying down half asleep in there. I never forget this feeling, waking up so fast and not knowing what to do. That's because of the amount of fear taking over your body and you just turn off your brain. As I got nothing better in my mind, I came to the door really quiet, laid down on my stomach to see who made it. Again, I locked every door, including the main door and the entrance to my room. And also note that I live on the second floor, and I have 2 windows. They're also locked with iron for safety reasons. As I were laying down looking from that door line, I heard steps. I saw something black that were going in my room. I didn't know what to do. I didn't call my mother because she was sleeping with her newborn kid. And I didn't call my sister because I was too scared to talk. Something inside was going and checking everything in my room because I heard it stepping. Then the steps disappeared and gone. I was sitting there in this little office for about 2 hours till 3 or 4 a.m. That's because I was very scared to go out and do something, as it was my first experience with a paranormal thing. And to this day, I can't sleep now in this room. So I go to hall and sleep there. It was the most horrible experience of my life that I never forget to this day. And I don't love sharing with experiences that made me feeling scared because I don't know why I'm just like that. When I told the story to my mom, she wouldn't believe that she was just laughing it off, saying you heard a thunder or something. But I can clearly identify sound of someone knocking and the thunder. It was so fast. And the moments that I had in this room made me feel so bad that in the moment I wanted to throw up. Till this day, I feel weird even being in the room. I always feel with my gut that something or someone is watching over. So yeah, this was kind of creepy. Thinking about a creature I saw about 3 years ago outside my house. I made a throwaway for this because I feel like I'm going a bit crazy. So this all happened during COVID times. I think I just blocked it out of my head to keep going. But the vivid memory came back today. It was about 7 o'clock in spring before the clocks went forward. So the sky was orange and pink. This was in North Wexford near the coast. I was walking up the stairs and I looked into my kitchen door. That's where I could see out my screen window. God Almighty couldn't have prepared me for what I saw. Standing upright, it has legs like my dog's, like those canine legs. But it was upright. It must have been about 7 feet tall, covered from head to toe in coarse brown hair. I only saw the back of it. That's all I saw. I just kept walking up the stairs, paused for a minute, sat quietly with my family, and never told anybody. I don't really care who doesn't believe this, and who does. Don't feel the need to express your opinions if you don't believe me. But please help me and try to give me an explanation if you're knowledgeable. I don't have any evidence or anything, but all I can tell you is that I saw the beast as clear as I can see my own hand, as clear as others see me. My Nana had a conversation with the dead. I used to poke around YouTube videos of the subreddit. I wasn't allowed social media until recently. My Nana is quite the character. She's not crazy, but had a crazy life. Grew up in London and Vancouver, Canada. She had top grade in her high school classes and went on to be a psychiatric nurse in the downtown east side. If anybody's curious about her experiences there, I'll maybe poke around her story for y'all. Anyways, this happened years after this moment. Our grandpa and her former lover had passed on recently as of this story. We were all heartbroken by this moment, and we didn't really know how to react. She told us it was early in the morning. She couldn't sleep. I was restless, and the dog wouldn't stop whining, so I went to take it for a walk. I knew the rough area she went on a walk to, and it was a long path running parallel to the creek by her house. It had many benches and fishing spots. Nothing too special. She then went to say, I got up to go on a walk, but I didn't want to. I want to stay, but I was being pulled by both the dog and something about the night. I got the dog ready and walked the path outside. She went on to explain that her head was down when she heard a voice. She looked up to see nothing and no one. It was pitch black, the bit of light in the distance toward the main street. She had continued by, saying that she sat down at the bench behind her, waited with the dog. A slow formation of fog overcame her. She thought nothing of it until it was cold. She got really cold. She finished by saying, I said out loud how much I missed Greg, my grandpa. And that's when this happened. A smell of cigarettes filled the air, but again, no one was outside. So I stood to just take a glance around when Nikki, her dog, started to bark and pulled away from the leash and into the fog. I ran after her, and when I found her, the cigarette smell was more potent. Nikki was sitting still in front of someone, as if she had already knew who it was. Well, it was my grandfather. She told him that she loved him, and he smiled. He was holding a cigarette, walked into the fog, and became one with it. The cigarette are an important detail. That's because my grandfather was a chain smoker. He was constantly stressed traveling between the two countries, Canada and the US. Had a lot of work in his hands. Died of lung cancer because of the chain smoking and the stress. Never once known. Did he ever tell us that he was suffering? Wouldn't sleep, but we didn't know. He was also anti-hospital, anti-doctor, so never went to see anybody about what was going on with his lungs. Got his diagnosis the day he died. Rest in peace, sir. My paranormal experiences in Croatia. I spent a lot of my time at my family's vacation house in Toropolski. Whoa, is that right? Toropolski. Yeah, sure. Let me just retake that. I spent a lot of time at my family's vacation house in Toropolski Lug, a remote, swampy forest in Croatia. The house is completely isolated, sitting by a river deep in the woods, with the nearest small town about 20 minutes away by car. My dad built this in the late 90s, and since we lived in Zagreb, it became our weekend escape. When I turned 13, he bought me a dirt bike since the forest was full of trails. There were rarely any vehicles around except for the occasional hunter. One night, my friend Tony, who's from the town nearby, we were riding through the woods when we came across this strange Egyptian-looking monument. Just two large poles standing on either side of the trail in the middle of nowhere. We'd been riding for at least 30 minutes into the forest, so we stopped there to rest and to talk for a bit. The forest was alive as usual, filled with the sounds of crickets, frogs, and owls. But as we stood there, I noticed something odd. The noise was fading. Little by little, the forest grew quieter until there was nothing. No crickets, no birds, just silence. Before I could even mention it to Tony, we heard something that still haunts me to this day. A high-pitched, unnatural scream, almost like something starving and angry. It was distant at first, but it echoed through the trees, cutting through the silence like a knife. It didn't sound like any animal I knew. Something about it felt wrong. Without hesitating, we jumped on our bikes and sped out of there, not stopping until we were far from that spot. I asked Tony what the hell that was. He tried shrugging it off, saying it was probably a bear. But the way he said it, quickly, like he just wanted to move on, made me think he didn't really believe that either. When I told my parents about it later, they just laughed and said I was imagining things. It was probably a bear, just like Tony said. About 3 years later, I had another encounter, and this time it was worse. I was riding alone at night. I was going deeper into the woods than I'd planned. It was completely pitch black, and the only thing lighting my way was the dim headlamp on my bike. I wasn't really paying attention to where I was going until I realized I'd gone too far, further than I'd ever been alone. But just as I was about to turn back, it happened again. The forest sounds disappeared. A chill ran down my spine. That was as the realization hit me. It was exactly like last time. Then before I could react, the scream came again, but this time it was louder, closer, and aggressive. I felt my body freeze, my hands gripping the handlebars. My bike was still running, idling beneath me, but I was too terrified to move. Started scanning the darkness around me, my eyes flicking back and forth. I couldn't see anything past my headlamp. The forest was just a wall of black. Then I heard a man's voice. Someone there? It was coming from somewhere in the trees, just beyond the reach of my light. My heart was hammering, but for some reason I felt the need to respond. "Hello?" I called out. The voice responded immediately. "Hello." Something about the way they said it made my stomach drop. It didn't sound natural. It was like they were mimicking me. It went from a mature man's voice to a younger adult's voice. I swallowed hard and forced myself to ask, "Did you hear that?" There was a pause. Then the voice answered back. "Heard what?" That was enough for me. I twisted the throttle and the bike roared to life as I tore out of there, not daring to look back. I don't know if something was behind me, and honestly, I don't want to know. When I finally made it back home, I told my parents again. They just rolled their eyes, told me to stop making up stories. Still don't know what I encountered in those woods. Whatever it wasn't an animal. And I sure as hell wasn't witnessing a human. Since that day, I've never been in the woods with my bike after dark. Tried looking into Turopolsky Lug's history, see if there was any paranormal reports. Couldn't find much detailed information online. There are definitely eerie elements tied to the area, like the old wooden chapels, which are part of Croatia's rich sacral architecture. Some of these chapels date back centuries and are linked to earlier religious and some other weird practices. As for the strange lights, shadows, and eerie noises, these kind of stories are common in forest folklore worldwide. While Turopolsky Lug has its share of mystical legends, including the Black Queen and Baba Roga, a lot of what makes this place unsettling comes from oral traditions and personal experiences, which may never have been formally recorded, of course. Still, after what I've experienced, I know for a fact that something's out there, even if I can't explain what. Help. A dream when someone close to me was gonna die. In the last 11 years, I've been dreaming with the death of close relatives. The first time it happened was about my auntie who had leukemia. She managed to win the battle, but once she got healthier, in a lapse of a week, the paralyzed intestines got her health down. The day we decided to visit her in the hospital on Saturday, surprisingly, let me get into oncology area to visit my auntie. That day I massaged her legs, arms, and shoulders. She wasn't able to move or speak because, well, so doped up with the pain. That night I dreamed about arriving into an enormous house. There was a big party taking place. I was searching in the crowd for my auntie until I found her. She was in the middle of the room because the party was for her. At that moment I never told anyone about that dream, till the day my aunt just died on Wednesday. Never related the dream with it, and during Friday I dreamt about her and she was at her home gossiping with my mom while one of my other aunties was cooking. My auntie looked way different than the last time I saw her. She was bald and so pale with dry skin because of chemo. This time she had long straight hair. She looked so young and bright, and in the dreams we invited her to stay to have a meal. But her just said goodbye because she needed to go see her kids, then walked to the door, side a big window, like a 70s style house. The outside sun was so bright. The second time was after a year that my auntie died. I dreamed about being in a big reunion in a garden with the sky being so bright, like how sky is at 10 a.m. during the summer. The grass was so green. There were so many people unknown to me. Everyone was dressed in white clothes, and there was a large table with an extra-large-sized pot. Had some kind of a meat stew. The man who was serving the meat was that auntie who dies years ago's husband. And yes, he died during summer. His body was discovered at 10 a.m. in the morning on a Sunday. That's because his son asked his little sister, who didn't go to church that Sunday, why their father didn't come. The third time happened 3 weeks ago. I dreamed about I was at my grandma's house again. A lot of people were there, just like how it used to be when it's a celebration or maybe a reunion. But I was eating meat tacos, a specific kind of taco rojos. I don't know how to speak Spanish. Tacos, R-O-J-O-S. And they are big tacos with a lot of meat. Tacos rojos, maybe? I remembered my mom told me in real life I didn't really had to eat meat during dreams, but I had that thought in the dream, so I spat the chew of taco and asked who took that tacos there. Somebody told me, your uncle. When I turned my sight to this uncle, I saw an uncle who died December 21st of 2024. Immediately, I thought about my grandma. She was the next. But once I woke up, I saved that dream to myself. That's because I don't like to talk about that. It makes me feel anxious and nervous the whole time since I know how it works, and yes, I was right. Yesterday, March 31st, my grandma died. And today at the funeral, a lot of people came and chatted just like we were in a normal reunion. Everybody cried, or rather, anyone cried, just laughing and gossiping. Bonus. 2 years ago, my grandma had a high wish to die, and after her birthday, I dreamed about up in her childhood house where I meet her sister, the ones who loved more my grandma. And in the dream, I saw myself as my grandma in her childhood. So I asked for my sister and my mom, my grandma's relatives, and then her sister came and told me, "No, little girl, tell. Isn't her time yet? She still has so many time there too." And then I said, "Oh, okay." Turned myself out of the house just to have a sight of the light blue near the white sky with the cornfields in front of the house front yard. And the porch her relatives had been there joking and chatting. I felt a big peace in that place. And then I woke up. Almost certain my pet visits me. My ferret, Rocket, died a year ago. He was my best and only friend for 8 years while I fought to save my sister from an abusive husband. I worked day and night to make enough money to throw him out of our old family home. This is why I was able to move in. He wouldn't allow it if he owned the place. I got a ferret because they sleep for most of the day, so I could make it to work with the odd hours of my schedule. No time for friends or going out, and he was the only thing I had time for. We were each other's whole world, and I've moved twice, gone through 3 jobs and 3 years of college since I had him in my life. Needless to say, it felt like I had him for a lot longer than that. He was beyond important to me, and I miss him more than anything. I'm 99% sure he's still around. He was the only one of my ferrets, who died here in the house. So if any of them were visiting, it would be him. I've had 2 major time periods of poltergeist activity since I've moved here. And clearly human at that. Like throwing things across the room, turning on my desk lamp. But there have also been really low interactions as well. Things moved about at ground level. Toys I used to play with. And all in the same corner of my room. I heard him sneeze once, and undoubtedly a ferret sneeze. I'd like to hear that. I felt a soft brush of fur on my feet 3 times now this past week, and I also swear I felt his little nose poke me. Has to be him, it has to. If my little rocket ship is still there interacting with me on any level, it can't be completely gone. There's times, and this is one of them, where I just break down remembering how I screamed, he's gone, I'll never hold him again. That was the day he died. It's given me hope that maybe I was wrong about that. Maybe I can find him again. Or maybe he'll come back as a person. Stranger things have happened. I think my house is haunted. Hello. I've recently moved into a new house, and it's an understatement to say it was an eventful couple of months. Previous to living here, I had little experience with paranormal stuff. But since living here, I've seen and heard things that I really don't know how to explain in any way. It all started in the second week I was fully living there that I started to really question things. The first thing that I saw, I was so scared I was home alone. My mom went to her friends, and all of a sudden, the door just slowly opened. And I know it could not be the wind since the door is connected to the hallway. The door would have opened otherwise, and if it did, it was fully closed. That night going to bed, I heard growling. I couldn't sleep at all. My encounter after was when I was with my little brother. Heard a female voice and some knocks. And by the way, I live in the city center, and we have a pub next door, but I never had any sounds being heard from there into the house. Yet I was still really skeptical. Since mentioning earlier, I never have had any clear encounters like this one. But today, shit went down. I still don't know how to explain this. Still shivering and can't sleep. It's even currently 1 a.m. whilst writing this. I've seen a shadowy, I don't know what it is, walking over my floor. But not standing upright, but walking crouched down, and afterwards my lights started to go crazy and flickering a lot. First I thought my eyes played tricks on me, and maybe the electricity was just messed up. But then this one light went crazy, and for that light it was impossible to turn on and change colors that fast. I was shocked, and since I was skeptical from the last couple encounters, I thought, let's just ask it questions, like I have seen people do online. So I introduced myself, and I said, if you'd like to connect with me, change the color to blue for yes and red for no. When that light was tripping, it switched to every color, by the way. But when asking the questions, it actually only used red or blue. When I asked it to turn them off, it did. I've asked a couple of questions the first, and I was like, am I welcome here? And it luckily instantly reacted with blue. So I was shocked that it even reacted. And so here's some information I know now, at least. It's a female that's been here before, 1928, the year my house was built. But it was here since a good memory happened here. We have a movie theater 2 houses next to us that was bigger back in the day, so it expanded to my house. And she's fine with us living here and likes talking. But after my last question, I asked, are you happy here? And it just stopped communicating. Since then, I couldn't stop shivering. Probably not for the upcoming time. I luckily did film a part of the encounter. Sorry for the poor English, by the way, not my main language. Doing better than some people who have it as their main language. Is this normal? And is there anything to debunk this? I'll update if something happens again. It had long black hair and no face. My sister and I both live in central West Michigan, in the Lower Peninsula. 2 weeks ago, we wanted to go out for the day and get where we wanted. It was a pretty fairly long drive, so we started out at dawn just as the sun was starting to rise. We agreed to stop at the gas station in town to get something to eat and drink. We also needed a new car charging port because the one that we had went out. This gas station is quite large and pretty nice as far as gas stations go in the area. Up until this incident, we had really both been there many times and we're very familiar with the layout too. It has both a front and a back entrance, as well as a little tucked away cutout in the wall with seating. It's located by the back door, so you can buy a sandwich or whatever, sit down and eat it. This little seating area is rectangular. It's enclosed by 3 walls, one large table at the back with 3 chairs and 2 much smaller tables on the other 2 sides, each with 2 chairs. For you to get to and from the back door, you have to walk right past it. We came in through the back entrance, just kind of walking directly past the seating cut out to our right so we could get to the larger part of the gas station and get to our things. Both of us made note that aside from the two workers behind the counter, there wasn't anyone else in the station. After we found what we needed, we just checked out, and during that, we made some small talk with the workers. I was finishing up with the conversation when my sister started walking toward the back door. Because of this, she was ahead of me by maybe 20-ish feet by the time I started after her. When she reached the door, she looked over her shoulder at me. It struck me as odd that she was checking to make sure I was following her, because I knew that she knew I was. Walked into view of the right side table and in the seating area, and I understood why she looked to make sure that I was following. The moment it came into my line of sight, I was filled with guttural, instinctual fear. It's difficult to describe what it felt like because it was so different than anything I've ever experienced before. Whatever it was shaped like a human. It was sitting in a chair back to the wall with its arms resting on the table in front of it. The only two details both of us can remember without a doubt is that it had long black hair and was holding something that looked to be cup-shaped between his hands. I never even looked directly at him, but it looked at me and stared at me. I could feel its piercing gaze on me as I continued to walk past. And after I reached the door, we both quickly walked out of our car. After I started the car, my sister realized we forgot to grab the car charging port. So she just suggested that we just run back in and grab one real quick. We shot down that pretty quickly. Neither of us wanted to go back in because of the creepy guy sitting at the table. So we decided to stop at the next gas station. We went on with our day, not talking about or even really thinking about the gas station guy. I honestly completely forgot about it. And it's been that way for the past 2 weeks. Until Saturday, when my sister was staying at my place for the weekend, did we ever talk about it. Neither of us can remember this thing having a face. No eyes, nose, mouth, nothing. Just that it had black hair and holding something cup-shaped and was without a doubt watching us. Its silhouette and face, they were blurred like an unfocused camera lens. Neither of us can remember any other details, like what color clothes it was wearing or if it even had legs. One thing's certain, both of us felt the same horrible feeling from it, and neither of us looked it in the face. We didn't choose not to look at it, we just didn't, if that makes any sense. Both of us instinctively knew not to look at this thing. As we're walking around getting our things, both of us just kind of came into view of that table multiple times. Never once did we notice anyone sitting there. If it was sitting at that table the whole time, we would have noticed. And at no point when we were there did anyone enter or leave the station. We're both extremely observant people, and we would have noticed. And the even more fucked up part is that the way it was sitting, and the table size didn't make sense. The table's very small and kind of always pushed against the wall. It was sitting in between the wall and a large, long table in place of where the other table should have been. Neither of us have been there since, and it could have been possible that they changed the layout, and that was maybe the first time we saw it. Very possible, right? So, Sunday morning, we go check to see if they had changed the layout, exactly how we remember it. One big table, 2 smaller tables, so it was in fact impossible for it to have been sitting like that. Honestly, I believe it was something else. What it was, I have no clue, but it scared me shitless. I apologize if this is a bit confusing. The layout of the gas station is kind of hard to explain in words alone. Thumping on door last night. Hello guys, I'm from Pakistan. So we and 8 people live in a hostel, and we're all students in university. It's been happening for 1 month, but last night it was too much. Last night I hear regular knocks on my door, and I decided I hear the next knock, I'm going to swing open the door, so at 2:35, after waiting for 8 minutes since the last knock, I swing open the door. No one was there, and I thought I was just too late. Then I heard small, low knocking sounds on the balcony. Swung open fast. No one was there again. I thought students were pranking me. I asked the administrator for the last night's footage from 2 to 4 a.m. at night. Nobody was even on the footage. I know the hostel administrator very well. She wouldn't prank me. And I could see the video footage to be authentic. This is today in the afternoon, so I slept at 4 a.m. Woke up at 6:30 a.m. in the morning, and I hear sandals, like running sounds. Like someone's running in sandals, but no one was even there. Checked every room, all hiding spots, corners, and everything. Nothing. I hope I'll find a thief or something, but there's nothing. And to make it clear, I'm an atheist. I often have visited graveyards at night alone, but never felt this type of thing. Telepathy thread? ? First, quote-unquote big WTF moment. Driving at night with my husband when all of a sudden I had this anxious thought cross my mind of a deer potentially running across the road. I asked my husband to put his seatbelt on, since I noticed it wasn't on. The feeling came again even stronger. I lifted my foot off the gas and I had it hovering over this brake, and not even 2 seconds later a deer ran immediately in front of my car. If I had stayed at the initial speed I was going, we 100% would have hit it at 50 miles an hour. That's just how close the deer was to my car. And by the way, this happened 4 years ago. Everything else is more minor, but very frequent, I'd say. Like thinking of someone, then they call or text, and this has been happening so often lately, I swear, like several times a week with either my husband or my mom. I'll be thinking of them, and immediately after they'll call or text me. I've also had this happen with people I haven't spoken to in months or years. Then they'll always be in contact with me shortly after I think of them. I also feel like this happens a lot with things like songs and movies. I'll think of them, and I'll either hear the song shortly after, or it'll come up in some way. I've even had people call it out to me like, "Whoa, you were just talking about this movie earlier," as an example. Constant nonverbal communication with my best friend. Her sister noticed it before I even did. She called us out on it at lunch one day saying, "What is happening? You guys are like having a full conversation, but like not even speaking, but you're responding to each other." I didn't really notice that day. Don't know what she was talking about until last week that I was with my friend and I gave her a look. I was about to give her shit about not reading a book, but before I even said anything, she responded, "I know, I need to read the book." There's no context prior to my look that would have meant her even to remotely think I was going to say that to her. We also haven't talked about that book in months either. No, those things definitely happen. Thing that gets me is I'd leave a CD in my car and, whenever you're done, you turn your car off, and whatever song cuts as you turn your car off, and maybe I don't go anywhere for several days, and the second, or rather 5 seconds before I turn the car on, I've got the song stuck in my head. Turn the car on, resumes exactly where it should be. Although, I attribute that to internal clock or something. That ever happened to you guys? Weird things happening in my house. For a little bit of context, I've lived in my house for 2 years now. And I lived next door with my parents for 9 years as well, and don't know of anybody dying in the house. My grandpa passed away in November 2023. I do have a small amount of his ashes as well. About a year ago, weird things started happening in my house. doors unlocking and opening on their own, and when I'm in different parts of the house and home alone. My Alexa randomly playing a song I've never heard before. Lights and the switch turning off on their own. Roomba. Now, the most notable thing that's happened is my friend was just spending the night, my boyfriend was working late, and my friend and I both went to our rooms to fall asleep. Maybe an hour later, we both heard someone unlock my front door. Then we heard them take a step into my house. Sounded like a man in work boots. Naturally, we both thought that my boyfriend was home. Plot twist. He was still on the job site a few towns away. My friend said when she heard the door open, something felt cold and heavy over her chest. We both got up and my door was still locked and closed. Nothing came up on my doorbell camera. We were both equally spooked, so we stayed up until my boyfriend got home. Since then, no other crazy weird stuff has happened. My Alexa has randomly turned on, and I've had my phone act weird frequently. But nothing out of the ordinary that wasn't happening before that night. Any thoughts? Should I be worried at all? Min Min Lights, QLD, Australia. My mum has always told us a story growing up. Scared the biscuits out of me and still gives me goosebumps. Her and a friend were driving back from Roma to Toowoomba, QLD. I guess that means Queensland. I think. They were driving at night and they saw a light coming up behind them, which turned into two. Initially, they thought it was just a train coming up, only to realize that there was no tracks next to them. The light kept coming and then went beside them and shot far ahead. It then came back to the car and was headed straight to it like a head-on collision. By this point, Mum and her friend were petrified. Mum was screaming, "Stop driving, you're going to hit it," thinking it again was a train as the lights were too high up for a car. Apparently, it went back under the car and behind them, continued doing this for about 30 minutes. They were hysterical, and two girls in their 20s, shit scared and sober. Only when they got closer to town, and the sort of town lights, that's when they wound up disappearing. Mum and her friend then ran inside to her father and could tell something wasn't right due to the look on their faces. He told them both to the other rooms at different times, and they both told the exact same story. Believe it or not, however, I know my mom very well, as most would. You know when you can tell someone is lying or when they're kind of still scared by it, and they're telling the truth. I very much know my mom's telling the truth, and a friend of hers backed it up. Chills right in this still 20 years later. Lady in White Encounter. I spend 6 months out of the year in the fire lookout station, and for privacy, not saying where. But alone, the trees and the sky. I'm used to solitude, and I like it most of the time. Backpacking clears my head and makes me less lonely. But recently, I couldn't help but wonder if I wasn't alone. The first time I saw her, I thought I was dreaming. It was almost sunset. The light was dying, but I could still look down the trail. That's when I saw her standing at the edge of the woods, immobile. She was a woman dressed in white, shining against the dark woods. Couldn't budge. I stared at her for what felt like forever. Then I blinked and she vanished. That night it raged. The wind was howling so strongly it seemed like a hurricane had magically appeared outside. The cabin creaked and cracked, and the radio lost power. Then I got a call for help. Tiny fire a few miles down the road, and we put it out, but couldn't help but wonder if maybe the woman had started it. I attempted to forget it, and I'd perhaps been just tired or hallucinating. Then it happened again. A week or so later, I'm watching her from the tower window. She was on the ridge in that same white dress, just staring. My stomach just twisted. I knew something awful was going to happen. That night, the wind came back again, and that old antenna fell over. I was alone for hours. It happened a few times now, though. I just keep seeing her, always in the distance, always quiet, and every time something goes awry, a storm, missing a hiker, or even a bear that wanders too close, it's like she attracts chaos with her, like some sort of specter who brings calamity just for being there. I've even tried talking to her. I've even yelled. Nothing. She just stands there. When she's around, the air feels heavy, like everything's holding its breath. One night it got worse. I woke up to this soft tapping on the cabin door. Tapping fingers, so to speak. I was already in a hurry before I got up, and I grabbed my flashlight and began walking slowly toward the door. I was telling myself that it was just a branch. But the tappings grew louder. I breathed deeply and opened the door. Nothing but black. I swept the light around, but no branches, no wind, and just stillness. Then I saw her. She was on the absolute edge of the porch, 10 feet from me. Her dress shone. I couldn't breathe. Her face was the worst part. It was blank and smooth. No features. I dropped a flashlight and it rolled. It created shadows everywhere. Out of nowhere, she screamed. It was the worst ear-shattering scream I've ever heard. It was 1,000 voices all at once. The sound was ringing off in my bones. Put my hands over my ears, but it didn't make any difference. I could have sworn my head was going to burst. And then, as it had started, it stopped. I'd glanced up, and she was gone. The night was once more quiet, as if nothing whatsoever had even happened. Didn't sleep that night. Turned on every light and sat in the corner waiting. Couldn't help but wonder, what if she had moved a little bit closer? Now, whether I'm in the woods or whether I'm at the cabin, I can feel eyes upon me. The air is icy, and a mere sound makes me jump. I just have music on the radio so I don't feel as alone. No idea if she's warning me or if she's bringing the bad things upon me herself. But one thing's certain, I get this queasy feeling every time I see her, and sure enough, something will go wrong, and it does. I once heard strange, watery singing in an area surrounded by ponds. I was living with my girlfriend at the time. I was in an apartment complex near a stream that, from my knowledge of the area, I'd lived in an adjacent town within a few miles for my whole life, and, well, word gets around about area history. Apparently, it was a frequent battleground. For reference, this was in Ohio. Apparently, arrowheads were found frequently in this area, suggesting Native Americans fighting, but also, or hunting, by the way, but also, I heard a rumor that other battles were between natives and maybe colonists. Maybe they fought here. It was around 3 a.m. I went outside for a cigarette in the back porch. And there's numerous man-made ponds in the area for, like, floodplain insurance reasons. Is that how that works? My mother sold apartments across the stream, told me about how it was a 100-year-old floodplain and all these ponds were there for the overflow. Well, I'm smoking my cigarette and I heard this super weird feminine singing I can only describe as watery, or how I think maybe a mermaid would sing. It was intoxicating and beautiful. It made me want to walk toward it to find the source. But every instinct in my body felt like there was danger doing this. So I ignored it and went back inside to head back to bed about half of the smoke. Still think about it sometimes and wonder what it was. Kept getting these visuals of myself standing up and walking toward the source of the sound like a mental suggestion. The fear in the back of my head made me stay. I said, screw that, I'm good on whatever that shit is. Out loud to myself. Went back inside. Wish I could do that. My dead friend used the German Beatles to communicate with us. German Beatles. During the summer before my senior year of high school, my two friends and I had a sleepover to celebrate the fact that we were about 9 months away from never having to go to high school again. The night was long, mostly consisting of us listening to music and laughing about nothing, being the reason for her mom getting no sleep that night. And at some point, my friend Marin began going through her iTunes library to reveal us an entire collection of German Beatles covers. The concept was too much for us. There was just something so absurd about the fact that the Beatles had an entire discography in German. We had never known about it. As in they themselves sung it in German? Is that real? The joke ran tireless through the night. It ended in some sort of an Instagram movie trilogy starring plastic farm animals, Lincoln Logs, and a giant stuffed dog. It ended in tragedy. Not my best work, but had the song of the night on it, which is I Want to Hold Your Hand, or as the Germans would say, Komm, gib mir deine Hand. Became a running joke of sorts for the rest of the school year. We would have Marin show off her unique Beatles discography to any, play practice or any sort of party that we would go to. During the spring of that year, we lost Marin in a tragedy. It was the kind of loss that affected the whole city. Grieving alongside so many people was a strange experience. It felt both deeply personal and impossible and vast, like we all experienced the same thing. But the grieving felt so lonely. During that time, my friends and I were in our high school spring play. It was, weirdly, one of the best things for us. Being surrounded by people who knew and loved Marin the same way that we did gave us a kind of unspoken support system. Even on the worst days, we had rehearsals to ground us in something familiar, something normal. One Saturday morning before rehearsal, my friend Aaron and I were sitting in my car outside the gymnasium entrance. It was a 2004 Jeep Commander, which is important to note because it was old enough that its Bluetooth capabilities were questionable. When I would turn off the car, which would turn off the Bluetooth, the radio would automatically switch back to the station I was streaming from. I have no idea what the station was called. It was either playing classical music or local church stuff. I don't remember what Aaron and I were talking about that morning. I just know that it was interesting enough to keep us sitting there chatting away while the car idled. We lost track of time, almost making ourselves late for rehearsal. Finally, I turned off the car, and as expected, the Bluetooth cut out. I braced myself to drive the volume knob before we got an earful of geriatric station. But before I could turn it off, I recognized that the radio was playing something different. Komm, gib mir deine Hand. It was crackling through the radio. The heart of the song caught both of our attention. Time slowed. We both froze. We didn't need to process anything. We just listened. I don't even remember if we said anything at first. I just remember the feeling of it. The overwhelming, impossible realization that Marin had somehow queued up our song. Aaron and I grabbed onto each other, screaming and laughing while holding back tears. We didn't feel any grief and definitely weren't scared. We just felt this feeling that she was back in the back seat laughing and experiencing this moment with us. I can confidently say I never felt a moment like that in my life. And I have OCD, so finding meaning in everything is a side effect for me. This was not one of those moments. I feel confidently that Marin communicated with us in the best way that she can. She wasn't a ghost. She just maybe stuck around a bit longer, make sure everyone was doing all right. I kept that Jeep until my senior year of college. Never before or after that day did I hear the Beatles on that station again. I gotta check that out. I saw the man on the moon. This happened when I was young. I want to say maybe 5 or 8. I genuinely can't remember the age, but I'll remember what I saw. My parents were picking me and my siblings from our babysitters. Guess we ended up staying and riding our tricycles around the driveways, and I remember it being a really, really fun night and a shitty childhood. Everything felt awesome and fun. Anyways, my mom was holding me while we sat in the driveway. I looked up at the crescent moon. I saw what can best be described as the DreamWorks opening where the man's fishing off the moon, which sounds very, very made up. But I remember giggling and laughing and being in awe. My mom agreeing with me and laughing with me. I've never ever seen it again, and it's been 15 plus years. The only problem is that I was young and kids have very active imaginations. My mom also saw it, and I can't imagine it was that vivid of a dream. And considering I saw ghosts or apparitions for a while growing up, I'd like to believe it was real. Me too. And all of you listening, unless you're bots, and me, are also most definitely real. Sweet dreams. Paranormal M is your gateway to the thrilling tales and haunting mysteries. Don't forget to hit subscribe, tap the bell for weekly updates. The eerie and extraordinary are waiting for you. I want you guys to read it and tell me whether it was my paranoia or a ghost. This happened back in 2021. It was during COVID. My little sister, my grandfather, and I all had COVID. So we were sent to a COVID center. The center was a government-owned building, recently built to be a nurse training center. However, due to the pandemic, they had to postpone the opening. My sister and I shared a room, while my grandfather was placed in a separate room for special care since he was elderly. We stayed there for about a week. The building was surrounded by trees. There were no houses nearby. All in all, it was pretty isolated. The first night, I didn't notice anything unusual. The second night was the same. Just a boring day and a boring night. Since our room had a window facing the corridor, I could see the moonlight shining through it while I lay in bed. Occasionally, I'd see people walking by, their shadows flickering through the window. I wasn't much of a socializer, so I didn't bother to interact. I figured they were just going to use the shared restroom. The restroom was small, like a public toilet, only 2 stalls. On the third night around 2 a.m., I woke up needing to pee. Still half asleep, I stumbled my way to the toilet. When I got there, I heard the sound of water running from inside. Assuming somebody was using it, I waited. But even after 10 minutes, the water was still running. There were no other sounds. There was no voices, no phone noises. There was nothing. It felt strange because you'd usually hear something when people were inside. I was on the verge of peeing myself, so I knocked on the door and said, I really have to pee. You almost done? Yet there was no reply. I knocked again, but this time the running water stopped. Both stalls fell silent. I expected someone to come out, but no one did. The silence was unsettling. I knocked once more, and to my surprise, the locked stall door swung open from the force of my knock, and inside it was pitch dark. No one was there. And weirdly enough, I wasn't scared. I just really had to pee. I quickly went inside, and as I relieved myself, I kept thinking about how clearly I had heard the sound of water running into a bucket. But now the bucket was completely empty. The floor was dry, no sign of water. I felt ridiculous, angry even, for wasting over 10 minutes waiting for no one. After I was done, went back to my room and fell asleep. Maybe it was because I was still half asleep, I just kind of wound up brushing it off. After we get out from the COVID center, I was sharing how I spend my days at the COVID center to my friends and family. I remember that night, so I told them. Some said it must be a ghost, and some said it was just my mind playing a trick on me. What do you think it was? Growing up in a haunted house. My house became haunted ever since it was built. So it wasn't the house, it was the land. And it was a pretty big property, around 8 canals, or kennels? 40,000 square feet roughly. Around it was just fields. In the radius of around 1 kilometer, there was no population. There were around 6 or 7 people who worked on our property full-time to maintain it, and every single one of them had a story to tell. So, when the house was being built, construction workers used to see this weird animal who looked like a rabbit, and when you went to catch it, it would turn into a rapper and fly away in the air and just vanish. Yes, a rapper. That animal would suddenly turn into an object and then vanish. This story has been told to me and 3 different people over the years, actually. When me and my siblings were little, my mother used to hear jingling of anklets at night. My father was always away on business trips, and helpers were not allowed inside the residential property, so we used to be alone. There was no one inside the house, and the jingling sounds and sounds of people running around in the lounge were always heard. Things took a major turn when we grew older. One time, a maid suddenly came over to my mother and said, "Yes, ma'am, what is it?" My mother gave her a confused look and she said, "You called for me." My mother never did. She told her that you were standing on the stairs staring at me, and when I asked, "Do you want anything, ma'am?" you just gestured me with your hand to come to you. I completed my work and came. When my mother told her that I didn't call you, I was in my room the whole time and her face literally turned pale as bone. Another time I was alone in my home and I heard a door opening and then closing. Imagine those doors that have door closer on them and are made of wood. They make a big sound when they're closed. When I heard it, I went downstairs to check and the door was closed. Everything was normal. Thought maybe it's the air, which is sus because air can't open the wooden door, but that was just me coping. I closed all the windows shut so there's no air coming from anywhere and went up. The moment I was on my last step, I again heard the sound of door opening and then closing. Now I was beginning to realize this is some Jinn type shit. I just stood there for a minute, but again went downstairs anyway. I was in the middle of the stairs and I saw that the door was just hanging in between, like not closed, but not open. That was impossible as the door had a door closer on it, and who the heck would have opened it? All the doors and windows were locked. No human, no air. I just stood there a bit frozen and taken aback. I looked at that door for like 5 seconds, then boom, closed itself with a bang. Like a person just shut the door handle. Just ran upstairs, increased the volume of the TV so I won't hear this shit any longer. One time I was awoken by a large banging sound, like someone is banging the door very hard. Sounds coming from the lounge, which was a bit far from my room. It was around 2 or 3 a.m. maybe. I went to check on it, and I was surprised that why isn't anyone else woken up? As the sound is very loud, but I didn't give it much thought. When I reached the door, I was so shocked. The sound was coming from behind the door, as if somebody was banging on it. But as loud as the sound was, the door was not vibrating. It was still again. I stood there. I was thinking, what the hell is happening? I was convinced it was a thief or something. So I peeked through that window that was beside the door, and there was no one there. The sound was still coming, but there was no one behind the door. It was a very strange experience. But as I told that, I was experiencing these things since childhood. I just turned, went back to my room to sleep. There was this one thing that used to happen regularly, whenever one of us was sleeping alone in a room at night. They used to pull the toe off our foot, and I swear to God this happened too many times. I lost count. Another thing that usually happened to my mother was that she was slapped on her leg. Even if we were in the room, she would wake up and angrily ask, "Did you just slap me?" I'll sit there clueless, and then we'll just both give each other that knowing look and go back to our work. And the most strange part is that I used to get dreams about strange types of darkness lingering in the house. One would say that my mind was just playing games on me, but hear me out. One time I had a dream, and there was a bunch of children, like B/W, or black and white maybe, the ages of 3 and 6, sitting in our lawn eating raw meat. Yum. The kids' clothes and bodies were very dirty. They were just devouring the meat that they had in their hands. I woke up feeling weird, but I didn't say anything. I went to the lawn to get some fresh air and saw that there was a trash bag there. Didn't give it much thought and went to the main lounge to eat breakfast. As I was eating, my mother came to me looking a bit uncomfortable. Told me that when she woke up from fair, she found a cluster of meat in our lawn. Like take a bunch of meat and press it together tightly. That's when I told her about my dream. Both of us were just speechless. Once, 2 of my uncles came to our house. Told them about the paranormal activities. They dismissed it, saying it was just our minds playing games on us. They said paranormal things don't exist in our world. We ended the topic, went to our rooms to sleep. Next morning they came to us saying, "You were right." We were confused. We asked them what happened. They told us that in the night both of them experienced that somebody was pulling their blankets. First, they dismissed it, but it kept happening until the entire blanket was pulled off of them. Once the blanket fell to the ground by itself, they knew something was in the room. They didn't want to start anything with them, so they just acknowledged loudly, "Yes, I admit you exist." And then nothing happened after that. And as I mentioned in the post that we used to hear, like strange sounds at night, one of the sound was a gibberish sound. Like take 2 papers and rub them together. Apart from this, imagine a sound where you take a pen and forward it through the window railings. This was a common occurrence. Once my father was sleeping. He was woken up by that gibberish sound I mentioned above. When he opened his eyes, just for like 2 or 3 seconds, he saw someone standing beside his bed. He described it as being maybe 3 or 4 feet tall, and its whole face was covered with darkness. Like he couldn't make out where the eyes and the nose are, just a dark being of small height. When he caught a glimpse of it, his first instinct was maybe it's a thief. He used to keep a gun beside his pillow, as we used to live in a secluded property. Picked up the gun, and then he saw that the being ran toward the door. My father sprinted toward it, and this all happened in like 5 or 6 seconds. The door must have been around 6-7 feet away from his bed. When he reached the door, he realized it was closed from the inside. Then the sleep began to wear off and reality set in. If the door was closed from the inside, then it wasn't a thief that just disappeared right now. It was something else. It's important to mention, we did take the help of a spiritual person, and we are Muslim, and just like Christians, have priests that we call alim. This happened because they used to wake my father up at exactly 2:40 a.m. every night. either by making sounds, pulling his toe, or pulling his blanket. He would wake up and look at the time, and it would always be 2:40. This wound up happening for months. Eventually grew tired of it and called an alim. The alim came and confirmed that the house was haunted. He did some spiritual work in the house, told my father that he made an agreement with them. They would not enter the residential property, but they can live in open spaces like the lawn or the pool or the gardens. He hanged some spiritual elements in the house and left. They didn't wake my father up after that day. But they were still present outside, and I'd be sitting in my room and catch a glimpse of someone's shadow running outside my window. It was a small figure, like 3 or 4 feet. He'd run very fast and would just vanish. And this also happened with 2 of my other family members. These are the incidents that I can recall, at least. Strange interaction on the plane. So I was returning alone from a plane trip, and after landing, I was waiting for the passengers in front of me to leave. At some point, I stood up and heard someone saying, "Miss, miss, miss." I didn't look back because I didn't think they were even talking to me. However, the person kept calling until I turned around and realized that an elderly woman was speaking to me. She must have been over 70 years old, short gray hair, was well dressed, had very light-colored eyes. I believe she was wearing red lipstick. When I turned and looked at her, realizing she was talking to me, she asked, "How are you getting home?" I replied, "I don't know," finding the question strange since I'd never seen that woman before. Hadn't spoken to her on the plane. I just thought the interaction was weird. My reaction of simply answering, "I don't know," probably with a confused look, felt odd. I quickly turned, I grabbed my suitcase, rushed out of the plane without looking back. I told some close people about it the day it happened. They suggested that maybe she knew me. But she never even introduced herself, didn't say my name, didn't say, "I know you from somewhere." Others thought maybe she needed help, but she didn't ask for help, just that one question. She could have asked the crew for assistance. Maybe she mistook me for someone else, but she kept calling Miss, Miss, Miss multiple times until I looked. Maybe she wanted to share an Uber. I don't know about you, but I would never ask that from a stranger. This happened last year at the time. I found it strange. I mentioned it to some people and forgot about it, but this year, started seeing stories on social media of people claiming they might have encountered vampires or something like that. Just very ordinary encounters, nothing too mystical. I don't believe in any sort of that, but for some reason those stories triggered my memory and made me think about this incident again. Thinking about it more deeply this year, I realized that while she was calling Miss, and I was just standing there looking forward and waiting for the other passengers to leave, there were many people ahead of me. But in the brief moment I go to look at the elderly woman and answer her, which is less than a minute for sure, suddenly, there was no one left in front of me. I grabbed my suitcase and rushed out of the plane without any obstacles, without having to wait for anyone else. Anyway, I also started thinking about my reaction, just answering, "I don't know," and leaving in a hurry. I could have asked why, but I didn't. I don't know why. The woman wasn't scary or anything. She was just a normal, well-dressed elderly lady with striking blue eyes. I think it was her question that made me want to leave. Sharing a weird ghost story from my childhood. When I was a kid, I lived in the last apartment of a building. There were no units above ours. Despite this, I would often hear strange noises coming from the ceiling. The sounds were typically hurried footsteps, followed by a sudden thud, and what seemed like coins dropping onto the floor. Sounds are almost exactly the same as if they were recorded. One time I even glimpsed a white figure passing by my bed in the same apartment, but it's a story for another time. As a kid, I was too afraid to ask my parents about the source of these noises. I believed that if whatever is causing the sounds heard us talking about it, might come after me. Also, my parents were the type to dismiss my complaints and sweep problems under the rug, so I kept silent the whole time. Years later, as an adult, I just finally moved out and finally confronted my dad about the mysterious sounds. He told me that some poor guy from the building next to ours is being raided by police one day, so he tried to flee by running and jumping into our building's roof. But he failed, then he fell to his death. Matched with the sound pattern I heard every day for years. It's also a sad story. That's because my dad said that the guy was just being arrested for some check-related issues. Wasn't such a big case. Wasn't worth losing his life. Hope he found peace. The Masked Shadow Man. I was in my senior year of high school around 2012. I'd stayed up a bit too late watching Doctor Who. Realizing it was late, I went to go to bed, and in an effort to get comfortable, I rolled over in my bed when I saw what looked like the silhouette of a person. He was wearing a mask and holding a kitchen knife, and both of which weren't silhouetted. The mask looked like an evil cousin of the typical happy and sad theater masks. This one had angry eyes and a large smile. I looked at this thing for what felt like ages trying to make out what it could be in the dark. Sometimes a pile of clothes looks creepy in the dark. Maybe this was like that. I held my gaze on it as I reached for my lamp only to see it disappear as I turned on the light. There was just an empty wall. Nothing I could have mistaken for it. I told myself, out of sight, out of mind. I decided I'd just close my eyes, turn off the lights, and throw the covers over myself. Still needed to try and sleep. That's when I felt something thin and blunt pressing into the middle of my back, right where your brow would meet your spine. Pressed harder and harder, not letting up until I couldn't press any harder. My back was arched from the pressure, and I was frozen in fear. People tell me it could have been sleep paralysis. I just have no history of it, and it was also before I even fell asleep. Usually sleep paralysis happens as you wake up, and not as you're getting into bed. Eventually, the pressure let up, and I was able to move again. I immediately got up, turned on the light, and started looking around to see if one of my brothers had pranked me. Well, both were dead asleep. My parents were also dead asleep. There's no sign of anything besides an insane knot in the center of my back. After that, I slept with my closet light on every night to shine a light on that one spot. 2-ish months later, that mask showed its face at the end of my dream, only for me to wake up to the sound of my dad trying to put out a fire in our attic. It was right above my room. Apparently our pipes were frozen, and he had a space heater in the attic trying to warm the pipes. To be safe, he was checking on the space heater every 5 minutes. The fireman said the space heater malfunctioned and proceeded to catch itself and everything around it on fire. Within the 5 minutes, my dad was gone, and it was too big to put it out. All this happened immediately above where I saw that masked shadow person. Never known how to explain all of this, but after we rebuilt the house, I never saw it again. I have had other supernatural experiences, but those were all harmless. This one was my first and most intense one of them all. Don't buy heaters online. Just a solid piece of advice. And clean them. And maybe sage. Hilton Head Island, South Carolina. Family vacation last summer. My siblings and I are all in separate condo complexes in Palmetto Dunes. We're each just spending our nights with our families and our rentals. My older sibling and I are closer to the end of the resort, almost to Leamington. My younger sibling is closer to the center, not far from the security roundabout after the tennis courts and all. It's night, and we all meet at my younger sibling's place for drinks and dessert. She tells us that somebody was knocking at around 2:30 in the morning. Woke her up naturally. She initially thought it was one of her teenage boys who had gone out for whatever reason and forgot the code to get back in, but finds them both sound asleep. The knocking continues. Now scared, she wakes up her husband, and at that point it stops. He gets up to check it out, but finds no one at the door. So they chalk it up to a drunkard just getting the places mixed up. We basically all shrugged our shoulders and thought the same thing. I forgot about the story entirely until I was driving back home. That was a few days later. Here is where it gets weird, to the point of me being spooked now as I type it. It's about 2:45 or so in the morning. I'm having some nightmare, a bad one. I'm with my ex-wife and no one is around, but we're getting along and discussing bills or something in her house. It's a quiet summer night and she decides to go upstairs to take a shower. While she's there, someone starts knocking on her front door. It's loud and it's continuous. Our kids aren't around and I know they're gone for the night for some reason. So I open the door and I find no one there. I erroneously decide to investigate, walking through the side yard and around the back. It was there where I discovered the sliding glass door to the deck open. I yelled to my ex that someone's in the house. Then I wake up and someone is literally banging on the condo door. Scared the hell out of me. Instinct kicked in, checked my phone for messages, thinking perhaps one of my sisters is trying to get a hold of me for an emergency. Wake up the wife, then it stops. Go into the kids' bedroom, they're all sound asleep. Finally, I walk quickly to the dining area window and peek out. No one's there. There isn't even a sign of anyone. Front desk area is well lit and it's silent one would expect it to be at 3 a.m. Next morning we head back and my sister's story of the knocking at the door right around the same time hit me out of nowhere, sending a huge shiver up my spine. I don't know if it was a real person or a ghost. Hope to never find out. Ghosts and Dream. I just woke up and had to come here to write this. I don't think dreaming about loved ones who've passed is anything new. In fact, I know I often dream of my late father. But I had a very vivid dream last night about others who passed. Others that have passed that I knew, and in the dream, I was sitting with dead people and trying to prove it to myself. It was an indoor 1980s, 1990s style mall. I wasn't really familiar with it. The building was somewhat narrow and crowded. People were rushing around in rows, sort of like traffic on a highway. There were stores, but the order at which shoppers were traversing the grounds was just notable. Strange, but harmless. In fact, it was rather pleasant. They're moving quickly, but there's no shoving or stopping or anything hostile. I easily made it through and was drawn to this elevator table nearby. Turns out it was in the middle of this stretch of some, I guess, like a barrier between the two sections, like a mall barrier. There were trees, plants, and dining tables. It was also tiered. I climbed a few steps to get to it. So I sit next to a man who I knew was dead. He's asking me how I'm doing and what I've been up to and so forth. He passed away in April of 2024, and I knew him as my master teacher from way back in the early 90s. One of us brought up retirement, and I asked him how long he'd been retired for. At this point, I knew that I was speaking with a ghost. He looked at me as if that he knew I was onto him. It wasn't an angry look at all, it was just that I shouldn't have asked what he's going to tell me anyway. Almost as if he had blown his own cover. After turning away and forcing me through silence to ask him again, he said 9 years. As soon as I woke up, I looked him up online. Found that he had retired in 97. This would have made the setting of my dream 2006. Odd as it is, makes sense based on how I was feeling, and how the mall was still alive, and how both of us looked in terms of age. Back to the dream. Adding to the strangeness, there was another man at the table. He was seated across from me. I didn't recognize him, but he was chatting before my conversation with my master teacher. He was very pleasant, and I can vividly remember his face. He was balding, with longer, scraggly brown hair in the back, and he wore a big, round, almost 70s-style eyeglass. He was very pleasant. Coming to the table while I was talking to my former master teacher was a beautiful woman. I don't mean Instagram hot in air parentheses, or like a young internet model. I mean, this woman was older, and she had smooth caramel skin, big milk chocolate brown eyes, and a beautiful smile. Without a doubt, she took pride in her appearance. She was talking and laughing along the conversation. Now I'm thinking in my head, she's a ghost too. I need to prove it, though. I asked her what her name was. She looked at all the others and chuckled. It was clear that she didn't want to tell me. Just like my master teacher. But she finally did. But I can't remember now what it was. That's where the dream ended, and I woke up and tried to get back into it, and I just couldn't. A little visit to hell. The year's 2018, freshman college. Just got home from a dance practice. It was already 9 p.m. and I really want to sleep. My mom was downstairs and told me to eat before I sleep, since it's not good to rest with an empty stomach. I refused. After a few minutes, I'd change my clothes, lay down on bed, and just scroll through my phone for an hour. I didn't realize I fell asleep until I saw myself sleeping. Yeah, I saw myself sleeping. I was shooked when there's a light above my head instantly shines through my eyes. The light was so bright that also the sun will burn. Then I heard a loud man voice. The voice I will never forget. The voice was majestic, that is full of command. The moment I've heard the voice, I instantly knew who it was. It was God. Yep, it was God. And you know what he said? I'll show you what hell looks like. Don't be scared, I'll be with you. And in a snap, I was in a hole, like a black hole, sliding down like it was never ending, and it was pitch black. You can't see anything, but I can feel the heat and it's burning in my skin. Yes, burn. I cried to God and just told him that I can't do it, it hurts so bad. He didn't make the pain last, he made my trip short. In just a blink of an eye, we already made it through hell. Yes, hell. God was beside me, though. I can't see his face. For real. His face was so bright, his wearing a pure white robe, like the cleanest white clothes you could ever see in your entire life. I looked down and saw many people screaming. Yes, can't explain truly, and can't put to words, but one thing is for sure. Hell is a volcano full of people screaming and dying again, and again. Then again, in just the blink of an eye, God and I were in dislocation. Still in hell, but the other side of it. I saw my best friend, my best friend, 2 demons beside her eating her. It was such a crucial pain. She was crying and she saw me. She was crying for help. I can't do anything since I was scared. And if you're going to ask me what was demons look like, damn hell scary. 2 horns, ugly fave. Large vampire teeth. It was monstrous. Literally a monster. I turned to God, hugged him, and told him I don't want this anymore. Oh Lord God, he hugged me. Never felt this kind of peace. After that, I woke up and I can still feel the burning sensation on my skin. That was the moment I knew hell is real. If hell is real, so is God. All I'm saying is if God was right there and your friend's being eaten by demons under any circumstance, I would have been like, hey, could you give me a hand with this? The Shadowman of the Hoko. The Hoko wilderness in the Pacific Northwest is vast. Its towering trees and twisting trails hiding secrets older than time. Bold thought. Every summer, my family and I hike these trails, embracing the fresh scent of pine and the cool ocean mist rolling in from the coast. It's our tradition, way to escape and connect. But looking back, I wonder if we were ever truly alone. I first noticed something was off in the summer of 2023. We were deep in the forest, hiking along a narrow trail, when I saw my daughter Lily constantly glancing behind us. She wasn't nervous, just watchful. Curious, I finally asked, "Lily, why do you keep looking back?" She barely paused before answering. "To make sure the Shadow Man's still following us." A chill crawled up my spine. "The what?" "The Shadow Man," she said, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. "He always follows us when we go somewhere. He makes sure we're safe." I turned quickly, scanning the woods. There's nothing there, only the dense forest, the trees swaying gently in the breeze. But then I noticed something else. It was quiet, unnaturally quiet. The birds had stopped chirping. The wind had died. The usual rustling of small animals moving through the underbrush had vanished. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath. Lily turned back around, facing forward again, and just like that, the sound of the woods returned, as if nothing had ever changed. I swallowed hard. "Lily, how long has this Shadow Man been following us?" She shrugged. "Since forever." Something in her voice made me press further. "Do you remember the first time you saw him?" She thought for a moment, then nodded. "Yeah, when I was little, like 2. My stomach clenched. She had barely been talking in full sentences back then. I tried to remember, had she ever mentioned something like this before? I had vague memories of her pointing at the corners of rooms or staring into dark spaces when nothing should have been there. Back then, I thought it was just a toddler's imagination. I tried to force a laugh and keep things light. "And he never tries to hurt us?" She shook her head. "No, he just watches. He gets closer when it's dark. But he always stops when I turn around." That night, I barely slept. Not because of what she had said, but because of what I saw when I stepped into the back porch, unable to shake the unease settling into my chest. At the edge of the woods, where our backyard met the trees, there was a shape, not a man, not an animal, just a void, darker than the night around it, standing there, watching. And then, as if it knew I had seen it, the night fell silent again. Lily's words echoed in my mind. "He makes sure we're safe." I wanted to believe her, I really did. But I had the sinking feeling that we weren't being protected. We were being watched. Whatever was watching us had been doing it for a very, very long time. FYI, my daughter's name is not Lily, just for the story purpose. Okay. Fair enough. Trail Cam Ghost Lady. Last year in September of 2024, I ventured up the Hoko-Ozette Road near the Blue Canyon area to set up some trail cameras. My goal was to capture footage of wildlife, bears and cougars and bobcats, or any noticeable deer. After scouting for the perfect spot, I found a small pull-off along the road and made my way about a mile into the dense woods. I was following various game trails. The air was crisp, filled with that earthy scent of moss and deep foliage. Along the way, I gathered a bunch of chanterelle mushrooms. Is that how you say that? It added a bit of a pleasant bonus to my outing. I eventually found an ideal location. A flat area with good visibility in both directions along a well-used game trail. The forest canopy allowed only slivers of sunlight to break through, casting shifting shadows into the ground. I set up 3 trail cameras, ensuring each was on video mode before just securing my gear and heading back to my truck. A few weeks later, I returned to check the footage. The forest was just as I'd left it, silent and undisturbed. To my surprise, 2 of the cameras had captured nothing at all, while the third had recorded only 4 pictures instead of video. The SD card felt ice cold in my hands as I loaded the images into my laptop in the truck. The first image showed nothing but trees and brush. The second revealed a woman in a long, flowing gown, standing eerily still, clutching an old-fashioned doll in her arms. The fabric of her dress appeared tattered, and her face was obscured by the shadows of her hair. The third image was even more unsettling. She was now facing the camera directly, her lifeless eyes locked onto the lens, the doll held firmly against her chest. The fourth and final picture had returned to this empty forest scene, as if she had simply vanished. Cold shiver ran down my spine. The area was remote. No one should have known where I placed my cameras, let alone be wandering alone in the woods at that hour. I hiked back to the location where she appeared in the pictures. Yet I found no footprints other than my own. The undergrowth was undisturbed, as if no one had even stood there. I took the SD card home and transferred the images to my laptop, not realizing that the simple act would invite something into my life. That night, I began experiencing strange occurrences. I saw shadowy figures moving through my home, heard footsteps echoing in the empty hallways, felt an eerie presence lingering just outside my vision, as if something was watching me. Determined to get answers, I decided to return to the site better prepared. This time, I brought additional trail cameras, perimeter alarms, and chem lights. I set up my hammock in the center of the protective ring of cameras and alarms, carefully making an exit route. The forest felt heavier this time, as if it knew I was there. My plan was to stay overnight and witness whatever was out there firsthand. As darkness settled, the woods fell into an eerie silence. Not even the usual nighttime sounds of crickets and owls filled the air. Armed with my night vision scope, I kept watch, scanning the surrounding trees for movement. The hours passed uneventfully, until just after midnight, when everything changed. A rapid succession of deafening booms filled the air. Boom, 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 relentless and overwhelming. My immediate thought was gunfire, maybe an attempt to scare me off. But as I took a breath and assessed the situation, I realized something far more disturbing. Every single one of my perimeter alarms had triggered at once. A deep, primal fear took hold. My hair stood on end as I grabbed my pack and rifle. I was heading for my exit point. I didn't walk, I ran. The thick brush clawed at me as I sprinted through just all these sticker bushes, stumbling and falling multiple times. My legs burned, my lungs screamed for air, but I didn't dare slow down. My only focus was reaching my truck. Bursting through the patch of ferns, I suddenly found myself tumbling into a ditch, chest deep in cold earth. The scent of damp soil filled my nose as I clawed my way out, my pulse hammering in my ears. And finally, through the darkness, I saw my truck gleaming under the moonlight. I reached for the door handle, and then everything went black. The next thing I knew, I'm sitting in the driver's seat. My pack and rifle, which I always stored behind the driver's seat, were inexplicably behind the passenger seat. My hands were shaking as I gripped the wheel. 3 hours had passed, yet I had no memory of what happened. Shaken to my core, I sped home, immediately collapsed into sleep. The exhaustion was overwhelming, as if I'd run for miles. A few days later, I returned one last time to retrieve my remaining equipment. The air felt oppressive, as if the forest itself was warning me to leave. After moving everything from that spot, the strange occurrences at my house stopped. The shadowy figures, the footsteps, the eerie presence, they were all gone. To this day, I don't know who or what appeared on my trail cam, but I do know one thing: won't be going to that spot again. Haunted restaurant. So this started around 2020. My dad worked at a restaurant in a hotel called the Barn in Hockley Heath. It had a Premier Inn attached to it, and around the back building was a staff house for the workers who had nowhere to stay. This is how I met one of my friends. She used to sleep over to visit her dad at the time as me. Yeah, I know, I screwed up. The staff house halls were creepy, and there used to be this laundry room that we would hang out in. All sorts of spooky stuff used to happen in there. The lights would turn off on their own, and we would hear creaking. We even heard a clown-like laugh once. In 2022, I got a part-time job there as a waiter. And one night, as we were just closing up, I went into this long, narrow storage closet to grab some forks. And as I was walking back out, I walked into a little boy who would have been walking into the closet. I said, "Oh, sorry, didn't see you there." It then clicked in my head that he shouldn't be in there, so I turned back around to say something and he was gone. Only one exit through that closet and I was standing in the way. There's a part of the restaurant where it's protected by some sort of spirit. I'll get to that later on. The restaurant had burned down twice. The section that had survived both times was like this tiny bit made from wood, and in that area, a lady who was staying in the Premier Inn had hung herself. Later in the year, I had moved to a cleaner and... My dog's crying at me. Shush. Come on. Later in the year, I had moved to a cleaner and receptionist in that hotel. When you went to clean the room, that woman who hung herself was staying in when she offed herself. Anything you cleaned would be messed up again. Handprints on the mirror, an imprint of a human on the bed, the water turning on, etc. The restaurant closed down a couple of months ago due to some circumstances, but now it's just the Premier Inn. Ghost train. All my life, I'd been obsessed with trains. So, in my photography classes, topic for the month was transportation. I knew I wanted to get photos of trains. For a little background, all my life I've lived and currently still do live in this house that is right next to a train track. It's owned by the Norfolk Southern, so they're the only trains that go through. Background over. Past couple of days, I've been going through these tracks and waiting around for around 2 hours on average for a train to appear over the horizon. Because the way that certain track works, one direction is 3-mile straight track. The other way has a railroad crossing. And this will be important later. Eventually, a train will go by. I'll get my photos and I'll go home. But last night, I got really upset over a girl. Just my friend groups in general, or something in the back of my mind wanted to go to the train track and just relax. Keep in mind, this was 12:30 a.m. But anyway, I walk up there, and the homeless lady that's been kind of staying near the tracks for the past 2 weeks was gone. So I was completely alone. Only a street light to light the way. But I could see fine. I sit in the tracks, and immediately my head just starts throbbing. I get super dizzy. I repositioned myself, and it went away. Then I thought, hey, I saw this thing where if you put your ears to the rail, You can see if a train's coming. So I did this, and I heard the loudest train noise in my life. It sounded like the train was right next to me. My head started throbbing, and I started getting dizzy again. I then got off the tracks and stood there for a second. Thought to myself that I was probably just hearing things. Go back on the tracks, and I started getting really emotional. Felt as if something was watching me. Then the throbbing and dizziness happened again. I actually almost fell and passed out on the tracks. I immediately hopped off the tracks and tried to call my friends to tell them what happened. Only one picked up. Told him what happened, and he completely understood. Started walking home, him on the call. Began to hear quiet train horns in my head. That's when I told him I was going to try randonauting. Randonauting. And see if the topic I chose would lead me to the train tracks. I thought of my quote-unquote destiny, and wouldn't you know it, at the roundabout location, I was in the local train yard. Went home with my friend still on the call and told him I wanted to show him something. I got this fortune card when I was a freshman in high school. Didn't really believe in it until some of the first things on it started to come true. But the last thing it says in the fortune card is, "Beware railroad crossings," which has always stuck out to me. Like I said, I've always been close to the train tracks. And there is a railroad crossing right up the tracks from where all this happened. This is the end of the story. I know it's a bit choppy, and I'm not the best at storytelling, but it's what happened. And it really creeped me out when it did happen. Inexplicable incidents I've experienced. 1. Circa 1989. The first involved a Ouija board-like setup. It was one in which me and a friend had been using. One day, another friend joined us who was doubtful of such things. In order to put it to the test, we suggested that he ask a question to the board to which only he would know the answer to. His question was, what was my brother's name? My friend and I were immediately confused as we knew him to only have one female sibling. However, the glass duly began to move to various letters spelling out a name. Our friend was visibly taken aback. The answer was correct. Apparently, before both he and his sister were born, his mother had actually given birth to a boy, who unfortunately only lived for a few days. We also asked the whereabouts of the dead brother's resting place, and the answer was correct. Though, to be fair, the board had spelled out the name of our town's main cemetery, so it was no great revelation. 2. Circa 1998. One early afternoon, whilst just packing up my apartment in readiness to move home, I sat down on the couch to grab a smoke. As I sat there, my attention was quickly drawn towards movement from above the fireplace. The large mirror installed above it was pulling itself away from the wall by one side. It reached an impossible point where it was perpendicular to its original placing, then crashed to the floor. On hearing the commotion, my landlady, who ran to the news agents downstairs, bolted up to my flat to check if I was okay. In response, all I could think of was to say, "I don't think somebody wants me to leave." I should say in no way do I consider myself to be a quote-unquote sensitive, because if anything, during my time there, to me the apartment actually felt sterile. Circa 2000. I was staying with a friend on a weekend stay. On a Saturday morning, I'd woken early and breakfasted. Having a few hours to spare whilst my friend was working, I returned to my bedroom and laid on the bed reading. Having nodded back off to sleep, I was awoken to what felt like a dog had jumped up on the bed and was clumsily attempting to walk over my legs. Disturbingly, I seemed unable to open my eyes as whatever was on the bed was seeming to move up and be standing uncomfortably heavy on my chest. In response, I sat up forcibly. able then to open my eyes, finding myself alone in the room. My friend had no dog or other pets, but on this occasion, as strange as it was, actually turned out to be the first of several incidents of sleep paralysis. Never accounting for the old hag, which many fellow sufferers experience, my last experience involved falling asleep in a field and imagining a large donkey suddenly sitting down on me, and then forcing myself upright to being awake. No such donkey was anywhere near me. This final experience seemed to assuage any supernatural doubts I had regarding my experiences. 4. 2001, shortly after my mother passed away, coincidentally on September 11th, 2001. I had a dream about her, in which I was crying very hard. In this dream, I was bawling so hard that whatever I was wearing began to feel restricted around my neck and it was choking me. I then recall looking up at my mother's face. It seemed to show a loving concern, and at that point I awoke with a start, crying and choking as the cord of the dressing gown I'd fallen asleep wearing had become tightly wrapped around my neck. It was as though she saved me before I choked to death. 5. Circa 2003-2004. One evening after returning home from an evening at a bar, a close friend and I were sat in his lounge chatting. At one point, not really paying too much attention, out of the corner of my eye I vaguely registered a massive passing presence on my right. Seemingly had walked through the lounge and then exited the room through a doorway. A doorway which led to the stairway, which led upstairs to the bedrooms. I asked my friend, which, if that was his son, he may have been returning to bed upstairs after perhaps visiting the bathroom. My friend had also noticed the exact same dark mass as being passed by us. I just assumed the same thing. However, at that point we both came to the realization that nobody had previously come past us in the opposite direction of the bathroom. So, mystified, I went to the bottom of the stairs and called up to my friend's son, only to hear loud snores in response. Comparing what we both absent-mindedly noticed as our fault, attention was elsewhere with each other. Both of us could only describe as noticing a dark presence and mass passing through the room past us. Next day, we asked my friend's son if he'd come down, perhaps passing us to use the bathroom. No, he hadn't. And interestingly, the house had been built by a bizarre religious sect for some of its followers as part of the Jezreel's Tower grounds. More information regarding this fascinating, though now long gone addition to the Gillingham skyline. 6. One evening upstairs from the bar, I was helping to run my boyfriend and I. One evening upstairs from the bar, I was helping my boyfriend run. I thought we'd test drive the Buffy the Vampire Ouija board I'd just had delivered. We'd only started using it when suddenly there was a violent explosion of plaster across the room from above the room's window pane. Don't recall any other events that evening, and on a few occasions we've attempted to use it since it kind of proved fruitless. 7 through 8. 2 inexplicable incidents occurred in my last home. I was alone in the flat. I was sat in bed watching the large-screen TV at the bed's bottom, when suddenly it was as though someone behind the appliance had given it a hard punch. The last incident I experienced was also when I sat in bed, and from right next to me, clear as day, I heard someone or something cough loudly into my left ear. Again, I was alone in my flat. The corner that gave me nightmares. As a kid, when I was 4 or 5, I had my own room with a relatively big flat of my parents. The room basically had an upside-down L shape. Just imagine the Tetris block. At the time, I slept in the very top sort of the right side of the room, which kid me decided was getting annoying due to me not being able to see around the corner, but still out of the window at least, which, as cliché as it sounds, leads to the back of a cemetery. At least I believe it was one. Which never really terrified me, though. What did bother me, though, was not being able to see around the corner of the room. I would usually see weird things just lurking around that corner, which I believed to be typical night fears usual for kids at the time. I decided to move my bed so I could look down both the ways, as I know that there are no monsters. Clever, I know. In the following 4 nights, yes, exactly 4, I had horrible nightmares, only one of which I can remember vividly. So on the next night, I decided that I would move the bed back to its original place while the imaginary monsters now were there again. The nightmares weren't, and I slept very good there till we moved. And to note, I wasn't a really scared kid, and not really loud in the nights compared to other kids and even babies, according to my parents at least. Which makes it weird that my parents told me that I'd screamed in the last night I stayed in that corner that viewed both ways, which I don't remember. And apparently I cried heavily, which I do remember. I know this might not have anything really to do with the paranormal, maybe more with the evolving human mind. But it's definitely only one of the few memories I have when I was young. I believe the term is core memory. Correct me if I'm wrong. Paranormal things happened to me and my family when I was a child. So up to my 6-year-old, my family, me, mom, dad, little brother. We were living in a 5-story apartment building that was constructed by the banks. It'll come in handy later. We were the last apartment from the top, so no other apartments are above us, just the building's roof. And it was the first apartment we lived in before we moved to another one. Since I became 16 years old or so, when I asked my mom about the apartments we lived in, she would always tell paranormal things that happened to me. Not just me, her too. Always in that first apartment. And for instance, Mom recalls when I was a baby. Couldn't walk or talk at that stage, but in the coldest nights she would dress me up in the coziest narrow-headed and hard-to-wear wool clothes, then put me to my bed. But to her surprise, find me in the morning naked in the ground and all the wool clothes are off me, which a baby can't take it off by himself. I even remember when I was 4th grade, I struggled wearing this kind of wool clothes and I needed help wearing it and taking it off. This phenomena continued to happen to me until Mom bought a necklace that has Atul Kursi engraved on it, a verse we believe it protects from jinns. Just after all of that was all gone, we moved when we got the money to do so. Maybe they played with me, I don't know. My mom would also recall I'm not very good at these types of words. My mother would also recall at F-A-J-R. How do you say that? Fajr? I don't know. Well, my mom would also recall at this prayer timer, which was very early in the morning, my dad would go to pray. She'd be alone in the apartment, along with me, when I was a little child, because I don't recall that. She would hear a lot of heavy sounds of cats and dogs barking, coming up from above while there's nothing above us except the sky. Not even a building is close to us that the noise could come from it. Also, my mom recalled seeing a little girl in the middle of the hallway just standing there. But my mom ignored it because, as she says, she wants to show that she isn't afraid of them, otherwise the jinn will harass her more. The last thing I remember about this apartment, but unsure of, is if it's related to the things above. When I was 6 years old, my mom and dad went to the pharmacy, left me and my little brother in the home, but they locked us in their room, so we don't ourselves. And we have this calendar that had this second picture of a family giving each other presents. So when my mom and dad leave, the family in the second picture started to turn around, looked me in the eye, and smile in a very scary way. I then ran and hid in the wardrobe, but my brother stood in his place bluntly, not even caring about what I did. Whenever I peek through the wardrobe doors, the people in the picture will do the same. I was so scared I went into drama mode and knocked everything in my parents' disc to the ground. LOL. My mom's explanation for all of this is, when this area was constructed by banks, it was left empty for a long time until it was up for sale. Thus, people who committed crimes threw bodies here. Even after people moved to the area, my mom recalls that people in the nearby buildings would find bodies in their entrance until they made the area lit by lights all the night, so the area was filled with spirits. Yikes. Moved in the middle of the night. This is my first memory. Must have been around 1.5 to 3, young enough to have still been sleeping in a crib. I was put to bed that night after a normal day. Nothing out of the ordinary, I remember. I was old enough to have not been fussing through the night. Normally slept pretty well. I do remember having a strange dream that night, though. And for preface, my entire life, all of my dreams have been first-person perspective. But this one was strange because this dream was from the point of view of somebody standing above the crib, staring down at me while I slept. I remember waking up once, but going back to bed. No dream this time. Right before I drifted off, however, vaguely remembered dark figure standing in the corner of my room, right behind the door. That was as I was drifting off. I continued to sleep as normal. I was woken up again, except this time I was under the crib. Initially, I didn't freak out because I was a little bit of an adventurous kid. I liked climbing on, around, and under stuff, especially my parents' bed. So I thought I probably climbed under there somehow. I then went to climb back into my crib, but I realized I was stuck. It was a very low crib made out of some thick wood, and I couldn't squeeze any part of myself beside my arms underneath the crib. My head was too big to have gotten under there without someone lifting the crib for me. So as a child would normally do, I started screaming for my dad. After a few minutes, he came and saved me from my strange predicament. He asked me how I'd gotten under there, to which I responded, I don't know, I just woke up there. Put me back in the crib for the rest of the night, and I do remember him saying something along the lines that he was scared somebody had broken in. That was the end of that story. You probably doubt that my memory of this is so clear because I was a toddler, and it happened decades ago. But I assure you this is the truth. Me and my dad still joke about it sometimes. A few years after the incident, I assumed it was all just an elaborate joke. So I asked him about it. Says that he has positively no idea how I got under there. It's a bit of a family urban legend at this point. I always tried to make sense of it in my head by saying it was just my, habit of sleep, moving, or talking. But I've never sleepwalked. Only little movements in the night. Nothing strong enough to get me out of the crib. I literally needed to be lifted out at age 2. And one paranormal factor that may have been playing some sort of a part was that the house was about 90 years old at that point, and that while my family was remodeling it, I found a bunch of construction workers' items in the walls. Never really had an experience like this after this time. No-faced people, Minnesota. Anyone seen them? I live in Minnesota. I've seen 2 faceless people in the last year and a half. Here are my sightings. Milaka, Minnesota Pink Jacket Lady, 2024. Outside of an old folks' home in Milaka, Minnesota. My coworkers came inside, and she was an ex-Marine, not easily scared. I was in the bathroom when she came in, and when she did, she was yelling stuff I couldn't even make out. But I could tell that she was scared, so I got out fast because I was so scared. When I got out, she kept saying, I seen a person with black. Continues to wave her hand over her face, for her head to chin repeatedly. No face at all, black. She had no face, sitting right by my truck. I got scared, I couldn't say anything. I always say something, what the fuck was I so scared? She was breathing heavily. She runs to the nearest window, screams my name to run, and when I get over there to the window, there she is looking at the ground about 6 or 10 seconds after I get to the window. She looks up at us and immediately dashes to the building across the street. The coworker then runs to the door outside. I go to the door yelling at her to get back in. I don't want to find out, and she says no, keeps walking, and then goes, "Come right here right now." Now, this still is a sight I will never forget. This woman in a pink jacket was hunched all the way over, hands hanging down on the ground like a pillhead looking for something on the ground, but absolutely zero movement. Completely still. Not a bone muscle move an inch. She stayed with her arms stretched toward the ground, her torso hunched over her head looking right at the ground. I ran back inside. Then they were all men in all black with faces, but that's a different story for CC. I have seen alive people like that on a particular substance. Not scary, but heartbreaking. Omania, Minnesota Woodland Cemetery, 3-1-25. Gray and black hoodie. This is a nice short one, as it was a briefer meeting. I suppose if that's what you call this. But I was on my way up to work in a Brainerd. Oh, maybe that's a place. And that's when I was passing the casino. But something kind of had me look to my left, and I never do. I never even knew there was a cemetery across the street from the casino. But when I did, there was a man with a gray and black hoodie. Maybe been striped, with black gloves, black pants and shoes, and hood up, and all black faceless face. Nothing there. Just pacing the entrance of the cemetery back and forth. He looked right at me, then continued to pace, and I didn't even turn around. I didn't even look back. Try to pay it no mind, just need to know if anyone else has been seeing anything like this. Even something remotely similar. Sweet dreams. Join us at Paranormal M, where every story takes you deeper into the unknown. Subscribe now and stay tuned for spine-tingling adventures. The next mystery is just around the corner. Passed out in haunted jail. Last night I went on a tour of the old Charleston jail. It's in Charleston, South Carolina. This jail is considered to be the most haunted in the state. It's operated from 1802 to 1939. I was completely fine leading up. I was pretty excited, actually. When we walked in, I felt uneasy, but nothing insane. The minute we walked up the steps, I started feeling the heaviest weight on my chest. I think I felt sad, or I could just feel the presence so deeply. I'm an extremely empathetic and emotional person. I quickly started to feel nauseous and dizzy, and I do pass out frequently, but it always has to do with the sight of blood or, me being in pain. I don't just pass out randomly for no reason, in other words. Within 5 minutes of the tour, I was walking out the door on the verge of passing out. Since I know this feeling all too well, I knew I only had seconds before it would drop. But that's not what happened. My body went numb. My hearing went to ringing and tunnel vision and all the normal stuff. Yet, I never passed out. I just kind of stayed this way for at least 3 minutes. It was actually starting to make me mad because either pass out or don't. The second I laid down, I was immediately fine. I hopped up and went back into the tour. Within seconds of walking into the room, my throat started burning. The guide hadn't even told the story yet. Lavinia Fisher, serial killer, sentenced to death by hanging. She ended up throwing herself off a platform as to not allow the city control over her own death. These may seem simple to many, but I've never been anywhere haunted before. What really got me was the semi-fainting. Never experienced that one. especially since it was completely random seeming. Then the throat burning immediately after coming back. Her story was insane, and I had no prior knowledge. Any thoughts? And is this a normal experience? Has anyone else ever been to Old Charleston Jail before? I bet somebody listening has. And whomever that might be, what do you think? Disembodied flute sounds that play outside a farmhouse. Hi, I live in the rural side of Portugal with my wife. We have a family farm that has houses next to it. There's almost no noise except some cattle a few streets up. We have some activity and mostly used to it. My wife has seen a shadow figure. She went to go out with the dog a few months ago. It left her frozen for a moment and she ran inside. We have heard disembodied voices inside the home and outside, during the day and night. Some mimic activity as well. During the years I've grown up here, so I have a good idea of the activity. We've captured audios, photos, and videos. All these things that happen around the home. From mist-like movements at night, to tapping on microphones and opening doors. I've seen this small girl, out in the hallway. Never felt bad energies coming from any entity inside the home. Also, to say that we have Nordic runes protecting the home and ourselves. Things move around sometime. Knock on doors are common too. This all to emphasize, we're used to this. But a few nights ago, something new happened that made us a little bit apprehensive and very confused. It was 3:03 a.m. We're working on our living room. We're in our peaceful silence when a flute played outside of our window, in a very quick and loud melody. It lasted about 3 seconds. We follow the same rules as people in the Appalachian do. That's because we live very close to the woods, and the Arabita mountain. We don't hear anything, or see anything, or feel anything, or speak anything. We were just kind of spooked about it the morning after. Has anybody else experienced this? Have you ever dark shadows in the corner of your eye? Since I was a child, I really was interested about paranormal, but I didn't really believe anything. But since a few years, my mindset changed from "this doesn't exist" to "I don't know if this exists, but I think it does." In my life, I had not really a special paranormal experience. My family just is your typical German one. When you don't see it, it doesn't exist, and when you see it, all things have a natural sort of explanation. So, I'm the only one who thinks about this, and since I think that it is possible that there are ghosts, and maybe so much else outside, I hope I have a real experience. For about a few months I saw dark shadows in the corner of the eye, like when something is going by, but every time I look at it, nothing's there. It's very inconspicuous and not extremely noticeable. It happens not often, maybe about every 2 weeks, or maybe 1 week. Not regularly. I just don't really think about it. I talked with a coworker, and randomly this topic came off. During the conversation, he says that shadows in the corner of the eye can be signs of ghosts, and I don't even tell him this. That's because I don't really think about it, really. I also have the theory that paranormal experiences have mostly only this type of human who believes in it or is open for it. What are you thinking about? Tell me, please. I'm thinking about food. Spooky food, maybe. But I'm a skeptic, and I've had a few paranormal experiences at work that I can't explain. As the title says, I'm a massive skeptic. And I've had a few paranormal experiences whilst at work, and I'm not really sure what to think of it. I'm posting here in hopes somebody finds some enjoyment out of my story. For context, I work in warehousing and maintenance. It's in a popular chain store in the UK. The building itself is a few hundred years old. It's built on the site of an old Roman jousting ground, from what I can tell from the old city plans. And it backs onto a church and an old priory. There's also a cathedral nearby. I've had a few experiences in this building in the year and a half I've been working here. The first one is sometimes when I'm in the fridge downstairs, I'll see a black-cloaked figure walking past the door right to left. Whenever I poke my head out there, no one's there. And funnily enough, the figure walks straight toward the priory. My ex-colleague actually corroborated this experience without me mentioning anything to him. That was when we were discussing ghosts one time. I've been stood in the delivery bay alone before. One of the roller doors that lead to where the trucks park their trailers started to open. This door has a safety feature which locks it shut unless the button to open it is being held down, and, well, started walking toward it to check it out and immediately stopped. And finally, this is the experience that has me kind of shaken a bit. I was stood down in the delivery bay alone. I was doing some cleaning. That's when I heard repeated loud banging. I look up and there's a stack of large plastic trays, loaded with stock, so they were heavy. About 20 meters from me, they were violently shaking back and forth. The second I look at them, they stop. There had been nobody in there with me for a solid 15 minutes, and there was also other stacks of trays around it that were totally unaffected. I honestly cannot think of any explanation as to why this happened. And trust me, I've tried. I think I encountered something the day my dad passed away in the hospital. My dad was in the ICU for heart failure. At the end, the machines were the only thing that kept his heart moving. So essentially, we were just waiting for the doctor to call it. The hospital's morgue is in the basement, and has undertakers waiting should people need their services. When it was time, the undertakers took my dad and went with them to sort out paperwork. When we entered the morgue, we were led to an office space. I was very upset that there was an overwhelming smell of smoke, the kind that fills your nostrils and doesn't go away. I thought that it was very unprofessional to smoke in an enclosed space in a hospital to boot. But my mother and brother were unfazed, so I bit my tongue. On our way home, I complained about the smell to them. They were very confused about what I was even talking about. And Mom has a very, very sensitive nose. Absolutely hated the smell of smoke, particularly the smell of cigarettes. Dad would sneakily smoke before coming home, and Mom could smell him the minute he came in the door. There was no way she hadn't smelt the smoke in that room. 2, my brother has asthma. That kind of smoke would send him reeling. They both hadn't smelled anything in that room. And in hindsight, smoke that strong would have clung to clothes and hair. We were in the room for over an hour. We should have reeked. We had to go back to the office for a few more times, and there was no smell of smoke on the premises nor on the people working there. Maybe it was my dad having a smoke now, that there was no one stopping him. I'll join him. Nightmares about a black figure and its mimic, my friend voice. Nightmares about a black figure. Hi, I'm a female around 18 to 20 years old, and I keep having nightmares for I think 5 years already. But this time it's felt so real, and it actually makes me feel like I'm gonna die if I haven't woken up. I'm gonna call myself Christine. The last few days, I dreamed about a black figure of a young child who's beside me in my bed. It's talking to me, and I realize that I'm dreaming because there's no way there's a child in our room together with my friends. My bed is on the top, and it's a double bed. So how come there's a child beside me and I can't move? I just saw the black figure of a child, and I can't understand what it's saying to me. Then after a few days, earlier this morning around 4:45 a.m., I woke up for a very bad but vivid dream. In this dreams, I dreamed in my dream that I woke up. The first dream's about my daily lives, and I think it's a celebration or a holiday, because in this dream, I know the people on my dreams, they're my friends, classmates, neighbors, and relatives. And I'm in a vehicle, and then I think I'm going somewhere, but I don't even know where. So I decided to go out of the vehicle, and then decided to walk back where I came from first. But then suddenly I have this feeling that's telling me to look back to where the vehicle's supposed to go. I looked back, and then I saw a woman or a girl with a very long black hair that covers her face. She's wearing a brown or slightly red dress. Then it started running toward me, so I started running too. I woke up because I heard my friend calling me. When I opened my eyes, I'm in my room just lying in bed, and then I still can't move. Then I saw someone that's calling me, and it's not my friend. This time, it's not a child, it's a black figure of a girl. I think the same age as me, and this is the second dream. Like talking to me. But this time she had the voice of my other friend. Not the friend I'm sleeping with in our room, but the friend who's in the other room and hasn't come back yet. So that friend's in another place. I'm going to call her Zia. She keeps calling me. Like in my dreams, the door's open and she's just calling me like, Christine, talk to me. Christine, listen to me. Oh, okay, if you don't want to talk to me. Hey, Christine, wake up. Sort of like that. But I know it's not Zia, it's someone else, and that's when I know I'm still dreaming. I just decided to keep my eyes closed and start praying. I'm Catholic. But every time I pray, it's interrupted me and keeps calling me. Then I felt that she's beside me laying in my bed. Then still talking to me, and I decided to open my eyes. I can move now, and it's my dream, and I push her so that way she'll fall. After she fell, she started moving weird and kind of ran away like a dog. She runs away with all her hands and feet on the floor, like so fast, just like in the blink of an eye. Then I go down, decide to wake my other friend in the other bed. But then the black figure came back, started crawling up, and I pick up a pillow and smack it to her head, and then I woke up from my dreams. I still don't know what just happened. When I woke up, I'm sweating so much and I'm out of breath. Then I open my phone, because it's just beside me, and I text my parents to tell them I just have nightmares. I pray before going back to sleep again. But I can't sleep. But it's already 6 a.m. I decided to take a nap because my other friend's already awake, and got to nap maybe for an hour before I decided to take a bath and resume my day. I'm still in shock, and I know if I haven't woken up, I'll die. I know that for sure. And this is a true story, not a made-up one. I just want to know who is that black figure, and why does it have the voice of my friend who's not in the same place as I am? Once again, I'm going to call myself Christine. Do as you wish. Today around 3:21 a.m. I woke up from a very bad dreams. In this dream, I'm also dreaming while in my dream. In our room, it's a shared room. My two friends who share the same room as me, I'm going to call them Joyce and Ella. In our room, there's a 2 double bed which me and Ella occupy. It's the bed near the window, while Joyce and the other person, who never actually sleeps in our room, occupy the one near the door. In this dream, I first dream about waking up from a very bad dream. Ella is the one who sleeps in the lower bed while I sleep in the upper bed. She's waking me up because in this dream, I'm dreaming something I don't even really recall now. And Joyce also awake in my dreams, and they pull me to get out of our room, and I woke up after that. This time I didn't know I'm dreaming because it felt so real. And I just keep thinking that the only dream I have is when Joyce and Ella pull me out to her room. I'm just lying and praying because I just don't know what's happening. That's when suddenly I just felt that something is wrong and I can't see the rosary I put in my right hand. Which I know for sure, and I'll never get that wrong when I put a rosary in my right hand and it's not there. That's when I know that I'm still dreaming. But I can't wake up. I even tried multiple times and I still can't wake up. Then I start panicking. That's because I'm still in a dream and I can't woke up, and in this dream I can see myself in bed. But my eyes is closed, which is so weird, until I decided to cover myself with a blanket because it's only on my side, and then when I did it, I heard a voice saying, "Are you not going to move and give me some space?" That's when I know that there is somebody beside me in my dreams, but I can't see who it is. I recognize the voice, and when I know whose voice it belongs, it's my own voice. So I shout so loud in my dreams, even I know no sound's coming out. I'm sweating so much and out of breath just like yesterday. And then I woke up for real. I pick up my phone, who's beside my charger in my bed. When I opened my phone, I saw the time is exactly 3:21 a.m. That's when I decided to call my father and tell him what happened, and he reassured me that he will not end the call, and that I should sleep some more. He'll keep watching me sleep. This time there's no black figure, but a voice that have the same voice of mine. And it's still the same pattern where in my dreams I'm dreaming and still can't wake up even though I know I'm dreaming. I really don't know what's happening to me right now. I don't feel stressed or nervous or anything except peace. Even I have an exam coming up tomorrow. Today I look in the mirror. I saw my face so tired, my eyes, it's like giving up. But I don't feel sleepy because I'm afraid that if I sleep it'll happen again. Why does it keeps happening? It's been so long, but it's getting worse and worse. I don't know what to do. I pray every day and every time, like before I sleep and after I wake up and before I leave the house. I always pray. So why I still have nightmares where I feel like dying? I don't know what to do. So earlier this morning, at around 3:21 a.m., I had another bad dream. I decided to go home and spend the night with my family for a few days. They asked me what happened, and I told them everything that I'd been dreaming about. I'm from a country called Philippines, where we believe in another entity or elements that live with us. And around 2 p.m., my mother told me to come with her, and she said that she will ask someone to help me, to know what's actually happening to me. In our country, we have this people who called a traditional healer that is specialized to something unknown that we should not mess with, like Kack-Pro, a giant who smoke, a duende, an entity called dwarf, or encanto, and enchanted and mysterious entity, rather. And this kind of healer is called a Mangtatawas. And I agree, because I want to know what's really happening to me. Disclaimer. There's a lot of healers who use a different method of this kind of situation. Then the healers start putting some oil on my forehead, and the healer put a small piece of paper that fits to my forehead and chants some Latin or oration, I think. And the healer said, "There is really something inside me." When she pulled the paper away from my forehead, I saw some black figure of two entities. I already know who is this black figure in the paper. It's inside a house, and the black figure is a woman and a child. It's looked like a shadow. I never told the healer about what I saw. The healer said that the entity liked me. It was because I'm quite chubby, and my face is really have a chubby cheeks and so round, and that's why it likes me. The healer said something I always do, which is sleeping on my back. So the healer said I should not sleep on my back, and instead I should sleep on my sides. And then I should always have a rosary on me, and I should drink some water and pray before sleep. And after that, the healer put its hand on my head and started chanting some words, and I think it's Latin for 3 times. And the healer said that I should do everything the healer said. So let's see what happened to me now, because I'm not coming back to that shared house this week because I don't feel safe. I'll just come back next week. So I know what it is now, and I'm not that scared, but kind of still scared, but not too much. Oh, also, the healer took my hand, and the healer said that, it's still connected, so it's fine. So I'm quite confused. What is it about? And when me and my mother came home, I asked her why did the healer look into my hand. She said that if the lines in my hand is not connected, then the entity is trying to replace me with something and take me somewhere. So I felt relief that I'm still me, but scared at the same time while just thinking about being replaced and being taken away. Seems understandable. House keeps changing. I'm not sure if this is paranormal or some sort of time slip, or it may be something completely different, but I don't know where else to write this. So there is a house on the next street from mine. It's just up the road, about a 5-minute walk away. And there's something wrong with it. It used to be a sort of regular house with a big dog that always sits on the windowsill and barks, and it has a big front window, and you can see in. It is really messy in there, kind of like a hoarder house, and it is the living and ding room that is in the front. About 2 weeks ago, me and my friend who also lives in the area were walking down that street to my house. We saw that it had completely changed, and the dog wasn't there, which is the reason we noticed, because it always barks really loudly at anyone who walks past. So we were pretty much expecting it. We also noticed that it had changed to a kitchen in the front window, and it was a lot bigger inside, like drastically bigger. But it was really fancy, like a nice kitchen, and that was when we noticed. There was maybe 2 or 3 days before when I'd walked down and it was a normal mess with the dog still there. Other than thinking they had all that work down in such a short amount of time, we tried not to think too much of it. Today, my bus had been diverted, so I had to get off on a different street and walk down this street. I usually get on one of the other sides, so I don't see this house every day. But I did today, and it had changed again. It had an entire forest, like a jungle of tropical trees, like what you would see in the Amazon rainforest, and it was all growing inside it. It looked like the living room and kitchen, or whatever room it is, went back for miles. I had to take a second to look at it when I saw it. The dog was there, though, but it didn't bark. It just stared at me with a concerned look on its face like it was scared. I just carried on walking and went home. Paranormal phenomena are real, no matter what you think. The paranormal phenomenon is an undeniable reality. although most people prefer to ignore it in favor of superficial distractions, such as the fleeting gossip of social media. What drives this attitude? You got me. In many cases, it stems from an unconscious fear of confronting something that transcends human understanding. In others, it's maybe a simple reflection of the lack of interest in deeper issues, as if existence were reduced to a mechanical cycle of trivial stimuli. As a result, many become mere spectators of their own lives, wandering without reflection like automatons just devoid of philosophical inquiry. The truth is that humanity and science have long acknowledged the presence of phenomena that challenge conventional logic. However, this perception should not be limited to simplistic ideas of ghosts or spirits, as the concept of paranormal can encompass much more complex and subtle manifestations, such as the song of my washing machine, or my borrowed washing machine. Countless reports throughout history, often witnessed by multiple people simultaneously, suggest that there is something beyond what we can explain with current scientific models. What exactly constitutes these phenomena? Well, we don't know yet. But if one thing is certain, it's that they exist beyond our current scope of understanding. Perhaps all of these events are distinct manifestations of a single underlying force, something that expresses itself in various fragmented ways before our eyes. Or perhaps they're echoes of a parallel reality, a dimension that occasionally interacts with ours, leaving fleeting traces of its presence, perhaps. Whatever the origin of these mysteries, refusing to explore them will not make them any less real. On the contrary, denial only perpetuates ignorance. The true evolution of knowledge requires the courage to question and the willingness to see beyond what is familiar to us. After all, if there is something beyond the veil of our perception, wouldn't that be the key to a deeper understanding of existence? Please help us understand what we saw. So around 11:30 tonight, my boyfriend and I were leaving his house. We pet his dogs as usual, and we said bye. And this is important just to note that all of his dogs were accounted for. Mac was inside, we said goodbye to Baby, Sandy a little bit, and we saw all of them. So my boyfriend lives on a private road, so basically everybody knows everyone. His parents have been there for about 10 years. No new people have come. Just thought it was important to add, considering I'm not really sure what we, saw. So if there's a new animal around, it's noticed pretty quickly, as people talk, and literally the moment a stray comes up, they talk about it. And as we're pulling out, we saw eyes glowing about 50 feet away. My boyfriend thought it was a bunny or some sort of an animal or something like that. By the way, not to mention all the dogs were looking in that direction, so general curiosity. So we pulled around so his headlights would shine on it. This thing didn't look normal. It was too big to be a cat, too small to be a deer, too small to be a pig, but with that being said, if it were any of those things, it would have run away from the light, like most animals, don't really do. Or animals you don't own do, rather. So at first, it went into the wooded area, but then it turned around. It started inching toward us slowly, but would sit down after every step it took. Its shoulders didn't look to be in the right place to me. It looked like it was walking in its back legs. My boyfriend says he saw it walk on all fours, so I'm not really sure if it was one or the other or both. And this happened about 4 times before he drove off due to fear. The way it moved wasn't natural. It had glowing yellow eyes, black slick coat, and the coat was almost shiny, and it almost looked like it was contorted or walking strange. It almost resembled a dog, but it definitely wasn't. I'm not sure I can really explain what we saw. Anyways, fast forward, probably a detail I should have put at the beginning, but the whole reason we went to his house was because he's just spending the night at mine and forgot clothes. So when we left my house, I left the gate open. The important thing to note here is that I live with my grandparents who were disabled. And this is important because my driveway is about 150 yards long, if not longer. And at the time we left the gate open, my grandparents would be asleep and wouldn't have shut the gate. I know this because I've done this before. I usually try to make sure the gate's shut before they wake up in the morning. But yeah, gate was shut and my boyfriend and I were already quite shaken from what we saw, so we literally turned around and I'm now writing this in a parking lot. If you have any ideas, please let me know. We just want to know if it's something we need to look out for, or if it can be chopped up to something else. Chopped up. Also, feel free to ask questions if you feel like there's more information needed. I felt I was touched on my face multiple times the night and my name being called out. This instance just happened last night. I was laying in bed drifting off to sleep after a really rough day at work. Very distinctly, I felt two fingers touch my chin and lift up. Kinda shot me awake. When my eyes opened, I just felt like I wasn't alone. But it was not a dark feeling, it was light but took me by surprise. And then, about 30 minutes later, it felt like somebody was brushing the ends of their fingertips across my eyebrows. And by the way, this is not the only time I've felt something different in the room I sleep in. A couple of weeks ago, I was half asleep. Well, half awake, half asleep. I remember just not getting good rest that night. I looked at the clock, and it was around 2, maybe 3 a.m. from what I could make out in my haziness. I very distinctly heard my name called out from the hall. It sounded like a soft-spoken man or woman, I couldn't even tell. But it was very clear, enough for me to get up and check to see if my partner called out for me. He was dead asleep on the couch. I even walked up to him to check because I definitely heard my name. There was no way it was him, and it's just us two in the house. Now my question is, are these all just weird sleep-deprived coincidences, or do I have a guardian angel that's trying to tell me something? Or is it more ominous than that? There's been a lot going on in my family and my personal life. My siblings and I have had a strong connection to our grandfather that passed. My brother even seeing apparitions of him. 50% awake and 50% hungry. I need help working out if I'm losing my mind or not. Let's see what I can do. 1 week before Christmas, myself, fiancé, and her baby daughter, we moved into my fiancé's Nana's old flat as the landlord, who's a family friend, wanted to help us out after a period of homelessness and living in hotels. At first, everything was normal, and I must admit I'm 100% not a believer in ghosts, or at least wasn't. I'm now beginning to doubt myself for a few reasons. The first was NYE. We watched the fireworks on TV and my fiancé went to bed. Admittedly, I'd been drinking at this point, and I put it down to this initially. However, as I was playing video games, I turned to see her Nana in the hallway just staring at me. I blinked and she was gone. Due to alcohol and lack of sleep, I forgot about it. I mentioned it to my fiancée, but she said it didn't happen and I was likely just drunk and tired as I did. However, since I've noticed a few things happening at night, and even sometimes during the day, our daughter's toys being used when no one is near them, playing songs as if buttons have been pressed, hearing and seeing doors open and close, usually slowly, objects being moved in other rooms, such as objects I know that were in the sink previously ending up on the floor moments later, meaning that they'd jumped out of the sink themselves. However, for me, the real question came a week or so ago. I woke up around 3 a.m. because I heard a knock on her bedroom window. Now, this isn't particularly rare and occasionally happens. We're a ground floor flat with a communal path right outside our flat. Sometimes neighborhood kids or even drunken adults will do it to be annoying, and it does happen. However, I set up to go check and see a woman. It's of her Nana's build again, and a slim man. My partner states possibly her great-grandfather who also lived there. They were bending over and looking into my daughter's cot, smiling. I asked who they were and turned to grab something to use as a weapon, which ended up being a slipper, so not much use. Depends whose hand the slipper is in. When I turned back, they were gone. I obviously searched the house to no avail, but I'm hoping I can maybe, or what they say is I'm hoping I can her some help. No, hoping I can get her some help on this one. That's because I'm seriously unnerving me. And I'm worried for my daughter as well. The slipper is a fine weapon. I dreamed of a loved one's death. My mother had a good friend suffering from cancer then. The lady was already wary, and she was in the last days of her life. I was asleep when I dreamed of her lying on a bed, her deathbed, in her home. Her mother was sitting in a chair beside her in bed, and her father was standing near the door. Her mother talked in a hushed voice to her, talked about how much that, she loved her while trying not to cry. Her daughter was telling her how afraid she was of going away. I saw all of this as if I were looking down through the ceiling. Little by little, my mother's friend became slow in her responses and stopped moving completely. Her mother bent forward crying and holding her hand, and her father said nothing but looked incredibly pained and haunted. I woke up after dreaming that and sat confused in bed. Minutes later, my sister just comes into my room. They're telling me the parents of my mother's friend called saying she had passed away. Since I was a child, I've always had many intense and vivid dreams of very different things. And I can recall anything and recognize I'm inside one. And I gotta say, some things seem inarguable to me. Very short story of my own. The guy talking. Me. Everybody always says these stories about, having a dream before somebody passes away, and I gotta say, I tend to straddle the line between real and not real, sort of forcibly so. But about 2 years ago now, I woke up at who knows what hour, and I dreamt of a teacher of mine, a very important one that passed on something that I hold very dear to me. And it was strange because I haven't been back in that side of the world even for 5 years at this point, or 6 years, I don't even know. I did see him and his 14 cats maybe a week before I had left. And I hadn't really thought of it, hadn't been practicing what he taught me either. But I woke up in the middle of the night and I was sitting up in his porch, and he lived the second story up, little apartment. Surrounded by cats and their smells, by the way. But I found it odd that I was thinking about him and practicing again. I guess it was somewhere between 2 and 3, and anyway, I wake up and I'm sweating, and I'm holding my chest, actually. And I can't go back to sleep, and I stay awake till the sun comes up. And his wife, who I didn't take very kindly to be honest, she didn't seem to appreciate him at all. Maybe there's something I don't know, but whatever, I didn't appreciate it. But I do appreciate that she messaged me and said that he had passed away, and I didn't even know he was sick. I mean, he had his problems, but I didn't know he was sick at all. And ever since then, I try to practice every day and keep what he taught me alive. So, point is, I believe very firmly that there's something to these dreams that a lot of people have. Yeah, I'm sure sometimes it's a coincidence, but not for me. I'll try to elaborate more on that on my channel. But I had to say it, because that stuff is real. Most of the time. Our Santo Nino. A santo, or a saint, is a religious statue in Catholic traditions of Spain and the former Spanish Empire. They're usually made of wood or sometimes ivory, maybe fitted with textile clothing. They depict the Virgin Mary, Jesus, saints, or angels. A santero, a female santera, is a craftsperson who makes the image. Some santos, which have gained greater public devotion among the faithful, have also merited papal approval through canonical coronations. Santos remains a living tradition of religious iconography and folk art in Mexico, the Philippines, Puerto Rico, and some other Caribbean islands, South and Central America, and the southwestern United States, especially New Mexico. First of all, this is our Santo. Others might be offended reading this since, as stated above, santos are considered as religious statues, which are very common where I'm from, the Philippines. So I'm not sharing this to ruin their image nor something like that. I just wanted to share my experience, so bear with me, guys. This happened 5 years ago. It was year 2020, and I think we can all agree that it was the most craziest year that we all have ever had. I agree. Still stuck there. It was January, I think, since it was before the lockdown due to COVID, and I was living in our grandmother's house with my sister during that time. I think I was 17. It's common in the Philippines to sleep in the living room. You can sleep on the couch or just put a folding bed to sleep on. My sister was sleeping just above my head on a couch while I owned all the space on the folding bed. We refused to share the bed together because we were teenagers. It's always been like that since we lived with our grandparents. So my sister was on the couch above my head, and there were also couches on my right and left side. I was always in the middle of them, on the folding bed. Just below my feet, or in front of us, there was the TV. And on the left corner of the room, there was a 6-foot-tall bamboo shelf divided into 6 layers where we put the Bibles, rosaries, and other religious stuff. And on top of that, it was our very own Santo Nino. Figure of a child, 3 feet tall, pale and beautiful. Has a red cape with a white collar and was certainly very, very old. I think it was from my grandmother's mother, which they got a blessing when they built their new home. My grandmother's estimate was around 1960 or 70. It was all good, and every night was the same until that night. One night I did the same routine as usual. I ate, I washed my body, cleaned the floor before putting in the folding bed, and lied down and rolled around while enjoying the remaining coldness of the bed. I watched TV until I felt drowsy. Eventually fell asleep. thought it would be a peaceful night, but little did I know that it wouldn't be at all. In the middle of my sleep, I think it was 1 or 3 a.m., I woke up. Or should I say, something woke me up. I felt strange, like something was going on. So with my eyes closed, I tried to feel my surroundings. My body was very, very heavy. My mind was a mess. I tried moving, but I couldn't move my arms nor legs at all. And in the end, I opened my eyes and just stared at the ceiling very confused. Then all of a sudden, I got this weird feeling like it was warning me. And that feeling told me that I shouldn't be awake right now, or I shouldn't have woken up at all. Due to panic, I involuntarily looked around to see what to do. And there at the very corner of my eyes, with a little bit of light from the street lamp across the street, I saw something moving. At first, I thought I was hallucinating. But confusion turned to assurance. I was 100% sure that I was looking at a red cape that was swinging on the shelf. Within a few more seconds, just the time for my eyes to adjust to the darkness, my eyes rolled back after I clearly saw it. The Santo Nino was climbing down the shelf. The freaking child-sized figurine was climbing down the shelf like how a child climbs down the rope course in a playground. Everything around me stopped. I was too terrified to feel scared. All I could do was look at it until it reached the floor. It eventually reached the floor with its back on me, and the moment it took a step around, I heard this very painful, uncomfortable sound of a porcelain hitting the marble floor. It walked from the left corner of the room and was getting nearer to me, and each step it took, the sound got louder and more painful, like I got severe tinnitus. My fingers and toes were stretching whenever I heard it. My body was soaking wet because of the sweat. Until the sound became like the sound the protagonist used in a Quiet Place movie against the monsters, and it was very painful. The moment it arrived just beside my face, I was walking on the floor, not on the bed, by the way. I didn't even dare to look at it. With my eyes closed again, I just stayed still. It took another step, and the sound it caused shook my entire body. I was shivering, and all my muscles just flicked so hard that in my back it arched up. It was like I was being possessed. No time to pray, no time to fight nor wonder. It was absolute chaos. And with another step it took, everything stopped. The last thing I remember was the sound of porcelain hitting the floor, getting farther and farther away before I passed out. Morning came. I found myself staring at Santo Nino, which was back on top of the shelf. I honestly felt nothing that morning. I wasn't scared nor anything like that. I just felt somehow empty that time. I even doubt it ever happened, but until now, I'm sure it wasn't even a dream. Usually, if anyone experiences it, they'll get trauma or something. But whenever I see different kinds of Santo Nino, or our very own Santo Nino, I feel empty, which makes me avoid them as much as I can. It's not normal at all. I refuse staring at them for too long, or else I'll hear that porcelain hitting the floor sound effect. After that night, I got so many questions like, why me? Where did it go after I passed out? Am I the only one who got to experience that in our family? How? What was it? I've even searched it up on the internet and Facebook. Many of my fellow Filipinos have had the same experience. There is this family that believed their Santo Nino runs around the house in the middle of the night. Another Santo Nino which plays with the babies whenever they get left unattended. Another Santo Nino which cries blood or tears, and many more. That's kind of scary. My opinion on the paranormal. I have encountered things that I can explain no other way. That being said, I don't really believe that all encounters are genuine, and I know that there are people out there who share or investigate purely to gain from people who believe or want to believe. Cheers. I believe that our plane of existence overlaps with the spiritual plane of existence. I think that certain places that have experienced high-level emotions or severe trauma have lines that are more blurred, allowing for more quote-unquote activity in those places. In that manner, I think that history influences activity. That being said, I don't know that history is a prerequisite for activity to occur, and believe that at different times, different spaces are weaker or stronger in connection. As to why some people have encounters and others don't, I believe that there's a spectrum of sight. This would explain why people who've had experiences don't always see or hear the same things. A personal example I have of this happened last year. While at my in-laws' house, I witnessed the apparition of a man, approximately 6 foot in height and dressed in an all-white suit. It has the inches sign, but we're going to go with 6 foot. The apparition strode slowly across the deck before vanishing. Told my mother-in-law about the ghost and that I believed her house to be haunted. She responded by telling me that she knew it was, and told me about having seen an apparition of a man standing in her yard who also vanished. The man she saw also was wearing a suit, but it manifested to her as grays and blacks. I believe that we likely saw the same entity. We just sit on different parts of the spectrum, I guess. This also explains to me why some people see orbs while others see full images. Or personages. Why don't I recognize that word? Personages. Glowing child. Okay, so when I was a kid, I had a really, really big imagination. I had always nightmares and dreams every night. I could always remember them all because of my imagination. When I was 9 or 11, I lived in this tiny town, my childhood home. My house had an abandoned old house close to it. It was really, really big, like an old mansion. It used to be a meeting house. It had dances, church, and it was built in 1921. I was so scared of it as a child, I always had to walk past it when I walked to school and home. And this is not my only time I experienced scary things in this house. One night I was walking home. It was already getting pretty dark and it was quiet. I was walking past the house and I stopped because I thought I saw something. I saw a white, bright figure, like 5 or 8 years old in height and staring right at me behind a tree. It looked 100% real and I panicked and started walking faster. When I started to walk faster and got to another tree, the figure ran behind the tree. I was close too and stared at me. Started running and didn't look back. The figure was really, really bright and looked so real, like it was really there. Like I said, it was a child's height, a little taller than me since I'm really short. The fact that this house was used as a church and had many children visiting it, maybe this was one of the children that visited it, no one knows. The house burned down in 2019. Ghost sitting on my front porch. Over a week ago, I was coming home late from a friend's house. I was fairly tired, but by the time I pulled onto the road to my house, I got close to my house, my attention was fixed in the front of my house. I have a small front porch with a light that turns on at 7 o'clock automatically. There's a small table I decorate up for the holidays, and a small plastic chair in the corner. And as I'm pulling up to the house, it looked like a man was sitting in that chair. I was around 35 yards away from the house at this point. What I could make out was a thin man with pale hair sitting down. He was facing the road. At first, I thought it was my dad. That's because he has dementia, and it can be difficult to get to the porch safely in some areas due to the soft dirt. But as I got closer, it looked like the man was younger and had darker hair. I was already trying to figure out what I was really going to do about some stranger on my front porch. But as I turned my vehicle into my drive, the car lights washed over the porch, and suddenly, the chair was empty. The only thing I could think to do was sit there for a moment to try to understand what had happened. Part of me wanted to believe pareidolia and exhaustion had to create what I saw. So I was shaky as I gathered my stuff up and ran inside, effectively smacking my foot against a wooden post that kind of makes up my front porch cover and possibly breaking my toe, but that's another story. It's either broken or it ain't. And I was telling myself my brain made it up. But the next day, I was telling my mother what had happened. I live on my parents' property, so my mother can see my porch easily. She admitted that she had seen shadowy figures standing on my porch, and had thought a man was sitting on my porch a few weeks before. Not only that, but she'd heard a man's voice at my door one evening when I was out. And I'm single, so she thought maybe it was one of my brothers or guy friends. She said no one was there, and she heard him talking when she had barely taken a few steps inside my house. I don't know what to make of any of that, but last night I saw the man again. I'd moved the chair to the corner, still thinking I'd seen things, and my mind was on spring rolls and some TV when I got home late night from work. So when I pulled up to my driveway and I saw the man sitting there, I made sure to turn my lights off before pulling in. And this time I know I saw him. Thin man, thin face, grayish-brown hair, and wearing a burgundy shirt. He was sitting there again, staring at the road. Sat in my car staring at him for almost a minute and then turned my lights on. And like before, he disappeared. But this time I could see him disappear. There was nothing behind him that could have caused pareidolia because my house has off-white paneling. So now I have no choice but to believe my mother's encounters. Already know my house is haunted, but I've never seen a male spirit before now. Makes me a little uneasy. Prankster Ghost. I have two spirits that are haunting my house. One of them is a woman whom I've seen from time to time. I've even heard. The other is a male spirit that is rarely around, but that I have heard maybe 9 or 10 times over the 5-year period that I've lived in this house. The female spirit definitely is cognizant. That's because she's somewhat interacted with me. And this is actually my favorite story to share about her. I don't really have a name for her, so I tend to call her Lady. Classy. A few years ago, I'm just shutting the house down and turning the lights off. Locked the front door, turned off the last lamp in the living room, and then I heard a clatter behind me. The remote, which usually sits on the end table by the couch, was on the floor some feet away. My thought was, I must have left it in the couch arm and it fell off. I picked it up, put it back in place, and ventured to the kitchen. I had barely gone around the corner into the kitchen when again I hear that same noise of plastic hitting the wood floor. Just a glance back into the kitchen, and this time the remote's on the floor behind the couch, which has its way back to the hallway that leads to said kitchen and bedrooms. I know that it isn't possible, but I pick it up and set it back on the table. I say goodnight to the lady and comment, if you want to watch TV, I'll be glad to turn it on, just give me a sign. Nothing happens for a minute or so. I just wait, so I head back to the kitchen. Finish what I'm doing, and when I come out, there's a remote sitting on the step between the kitchen and the living room. The TV went on, and I headed to bed, thinking that maybe that would be the end of it. Nope. Got into the very dark hallway that leads to my bedroom when there's that clatter again. Lady had placed the remote in the opening of the hallway and had turned the TV off. Took that as a sign to go to bed and give Lady her privacy. She's done other similar things around the house, but never to this extent. Still makes me chuckle to think about, though. Shadow Man in Iceland. I've always been into paranormal stuff. I saw my friend posted his encounter that happened in my house, so I've decided to tell you guys my story. It was 2014 when I first moved into that old house in Selfoss, Iceland. My family and I had mixed feelings about it right from the start, but we brushed it off as just our imaginations. I guess it was easy to ignore that eerie sense of being watched, considering we had all felt it in every house we'd lived in. But this one, it felt different. There's something more to it, something we couldn't explain. I've always been sensitive to these kinds of things, even as a kid, and I remember when I was 4 years old crying to my mom about an ugly man I'd see at night. That face has always been stuck in my mind. A shadowy figure that haunted my dreams and never left me alone. As I grew older, I began to see him more and more. By the time we moved into this new house, I could feel him again, watching from the shadows. I was used to it by then, but the house itself seemed to have its own presence too. It wasn't just me who noticed it. It was the little things, the sounds of footsteps upstairs when we were all downstairs. My mom and my siblings would look at each other knowing full well no one else was up there. The first time going into the attic and having a strong feeling like being watched, a cross with Jesus hanging over the window and a creepy mask just laying there. But the most unsettling thing happened one morning when a family friend stayed over. She was in the living room and she was just waking up. She heard somebody run down the stairs. Confused, she asked my brother if it was me. I told her I'd already left for school. I hadn't been home yet. The kids' toys suddenly turning on and playing their music. We have videos of it. The voice of an old woman would whisper sometimes and just say hello, or if we were staying up late, she told us to go to sleep. And we all knew that she had passed away here. There was even talk of someone else, though I never really figured out who. Had an old alarm clock, one that would ring so loudly it would wake the whole house. One morning as it went off, I woke up, but I couldn't move. And there, in the corner of my room, stood the same shadowy silhouette of a man, just like the one I'd seen as a child. I froze in terror. I couldn't move, and I get like it was getting closer, but before I could even react, my brother opened the door, drawn in by the sound of my alarm. And just like that, the figure vanished. Strange occurrences kept happening. One night I was in the living room preparing to eat dinner in front of the TV. Turned off the lights, TV on, and as soon as I pulled the table closer, the lights flickered on. TV turned off. Happened again and again, and each time more unnerving than the last. I'd turn the TV back on, turn the lights off, but as soon as I'd move the table, it would reverse. And this happened 4 times before I screamed, "Leave me alone!" That's when I heard it, a loud bang. So creepy that it scared me. Ran to check it out, and the bathroom door had a massive crack running down it. It didn't stop there. In my room, the weird things continued. My bedroom door would creak open by itself, or I'd hear strange scratching or knocking sounds on my walls. Strange thing was, every time I knocked back, I'd hear a knock in return. It was like something was trying to communicate with me. And then there were the marks and scratches on my skin, bruises under my ribs, and once even a broken toe. I knew it wasn't the old lady. She was too gentle, and I always got this protective feeling from her. But the Shadow Man, the one who had been following me since I was a child, he was getting stronger and more violent. Even started to affect my dog, too. He would bark uncontrollably at the corners of the house and growling at thin air. When I tried to investigate, he would jump in front of me, blocking my way, as though trying to protect me. He would nudge me back into the room, warning me to stay inside, away from whatever was lurking out there. One day we visited a medium. She immediately focused on me with one look, and she said there was a Shadow Man, a dark entity that had been following me all my life. He was trying to get me, but I couldn't let him. He was strong. I don't know what's happening, but each day feels weirder than the last. I've tried to ignore it, but it doesn't stop. But it feels like the Shadow Man is always just a step behind me, waiting for me. I always get a weird feeling when talking about him. I feel like my chest is getting heavier. I don't know what to think anymore. I'm just hoping that somebody might have some answers, or at least a way to make it stop before it gets worse. Sorry this was so long. I hope some of you have any answers as to what this could be that's been following me. Well, and my mom and even my grandpa. The night I saw the gargoyle. When I was around 19 years old, there was one occasion when I went up to the rooftop of my house around 8 p.m. to fix an issue with the pump device that supplied water to the storage tank. As I reached the roof and leaned forward, I looked up, and just a few steps away from me, there was a creature with its back turned toward me. Based on other stories I read and heard, I could compare it to something people call a gargoyle, or maybe the Mothman. I saw how the full moonlight reflected off its head, which seemed to have a texture like black leather. I could make out pointy ears and a pair of protrusions that I assumed were wings. Everything happened so fast. From the moment I climbed onto the roof, looked up, and saw it, I immediately made a sound of confusion, which caused the thing to instantly turn around. The last thing I remember was a pair of yellow eyes and a sort of Batman-like effect as it raised its wings over my face. I'm certain I experienced a time lapse. That's because after feeling the flapping of wings over my face, I lost my balance, just falling backwards off the edge of the roof. But when I landed, it was like I had just dropped down hard onto my butt in a completely different position in the rooftop. I quickly looked around, but I couldn't see anything. I think it must have been the adrenaline, because I got off the roof almost in one jump, using the edge for support, and just ran into the house, feeling extremely disoriented and confused. I even started doubting whether I'd really seen anything at all. But that whole night, couldn't sleep, just thinking that maybe I had seen something and that I could come back and visit my house. When I told my mom, all I got were skeptical expressions. Only told one of my friends, and haven't shared the story with anyone else since. Greetings from Mexico. And good evening from me. Or good afternoon, or good morning, and good night. See ya. Sweet dreams.